We could fix the budget.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9 o'clock. I will confirm that I believe we have all members of council present, with one of them present virtually. Therefore, we have a quorum. We also have our CAO, clerk, director of development services, environmental sustainability, and other members of our staff. The public input on the agenda was invited through the email on the township website. Today's meeting is being live streamed and recorded in the Township of Muskoka Lakes website and YouTube channel. By participating in this open public meeting today, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and posted online. We do have a supplementary agenda. It's a presentation from Mr. Zerback on one of the planning items. Committee, does anybody have any pecuniary interest of disclosures that they need to make? Very well. We will get on to our first item, which is a invited presentation from Ms. Willison, Environmental Planning Policy and Program Coordinator from the District of Muskoka. Welcome. Thank you for coming.
Okay, sorry, sounded like it was a little bit to me. Thank you. I'm here to talk about some of the ways that the district is supporting stewardship efforts in Muskoka. As mentioned, my name's Rebecca Willison, and I'm the Environmental Planning Policy and Program Coordinator for the district. Next slide, please. Thank you. The district has monitored recreational water quality in Muskoka area lakes since 1980. The data collected through this program is used to inform development policies in the Muskoka official plan to protect water quality and is shared with academic, environmental, and community organizations as needed. The Muskoka Water Strategy was approved by District Council in 2003, and it's a framework of integrated and strategic initiatives for the protection of Muskoka's water, spearheaded by the district with support from a wide variety of organizations. The purpose of the water strategy is to guide and minimize the impact of human activities on water resources, ensure human and environmental health, and preserve the quality of life in Muskoka. District approved an update of the Muskoka Water Strategy just this past January. While the purpose, principles, and components of the original water strategy are as relevant today as they were in 2003, the measures available to achieve the goals of protecting water quality have expanded. In response to the district's increased focus on integrated management with sectors across the watershed, our strengthened partnerships with a range of community and environmental organizations, our evidence-based policies contained in the Muskoka official plan, which are currently being updated, and our increased support for taxpayers on Schedule E2 water bodies to address water quality concerns, the Muskoka Water Strategy has been updated as follows. Next slide, please. Like the original strategy, the updated strategy has 4 components. The first component is protecting and enhancing lake system health through scientific evidence. To understand changes in environmental quality across our watersheds, it's important to track long-term trends and undertake localized and watershed-based studies as the need arises. Ongoing monitoring activities, including our lake system health water quality monitoring program and our biological monitoring program, are key to the overall success of the Lake System Health Program and to subsequently informing policy implementation through the Muskoka official plan. The second component addresses our outreach and stewardship, and the Muskoka Water Strategy responds to the public's desire for resources and involvement with programs by providing accessible information through the Muskoka Water website, clarifying agency jurisdictions, and directing resources to advance watershed initiatives. The third component is strengthening the partnerships that we have with a variety of organizations. To effectively maintain watershed health, information must be shared between organizations, and programs should be integrated where possible. Where an issue has been identified, the district will collaborate with outside agencies to address specific watershed health issues. As opportunities arise, the district will continue to consider initiatives that benefit and promote watershed health. And the fourth component is seeking and securing external funding. The water strategy is intended to be flexible and allow the district to identify and leverage future funding opportunities to the benefit of the health of the watersheds. The updated water strategy also acknowledges the importance of integrated watershed management, which is an approach to managing natural resources and human activities within an entire watershed, regardless of jurisdictional boundaries. This approach brings a scientific perspective to environmental and land use management by developing watershed scale targets and seeks to balance social, environmental, and economic factors in the decision-making process. You can access the full water strategy document on the district website using the QR code on the screen. Next slide, please. Between the update of the Muskoka water strategy, a proposed update of the lake system health official plan policies through OPA 61, and public consultation and feedback have demonstrated significant community interest and increased support for lake associations and community groups. The district completed 6 causation studies between 2019 and 2023 on select lakes across Muskoka. A review of the program in 2024 concluded that continuing with the existing causation study framework would likely be ineffective based on consistent results and conclusions from those studies that have already been undertaken. We've heard from the community that a lack of funding and resources pose a barrier to lake associations and community organizations taking action to improve watershed health. So we developed the Watershed Resilience Action Program to use the funding that was set aside for the causation studies program to instead fund a variety of projects that build capacity in local lake associations and community organizations and support them in taking meaningful action. The new program is intended to support projects on water bodies across Muskoka with an overall objective of maintaining and enhancing lake health and watershed health. RAP funding will be distributed by the district as part of implementing the Muskoka water strategy. Next slide, please. The application guide, which is now on the district website, includes much more detail about the RAP program. But just as an overview, we are proposing to fund through 2 different streams. Stream 1 is our planning related stream, and it is open to community groups on all water bodies in Muskoka. To increase the capacity of residents to contribute meaningfully to the protection of Muskoka's water resources, funding and in-kind resources are available to lake associations interested in increasing communication to their members, creating or updating a lake plan, developing an action plan for their lake, developing a citizen science program, or organizing a stewardship event. Funding depends on the type of project, but generally ranges from $1,000 to $10,000. Stream 2 is our implementation focused stream, and it's open to lake associations on water bodies listed in Schedule E2 of the Muskoka official plan. Those are considered our vulnerable or our highly sensitive lakes. And it's funding is available for up to 50% of total project cost to a maximum of $20,000 for projects that will protect or improve water quality on these Schedule E2 water bodies by demonstrating innovative approaches or technologies, implementing best management practices, and promoting their broad uptake and application by others, supporting community-based monitoring, or incorporating Indigenous knowledge and perspectives into critical decisions and actions. Ideally, Stream 2 funding could be used as matching dollars to secure funding from other sources. So the Stream 2 funding is really designed for larger projects. Stream 1 fundings are more for smaller projects. Next slide, please. These are just some of the examples of projects that could potentially be funded through the different streams. The program launched just last week. So the website is live. We don't have the application form live yet. That will be up by June 1st. And the deadline to apply for the first intake period this year is August 31st. Applications will be evaluated by the RAP Review Committee, which consists of district staff from the watershed and finance teams, as well as other district departments as necessary. Successful applicants will be required to submit a final report, and in addition to this final report, they may be invited to present at a district council or committee meeting, or perhaps at a stewardship event that we hold, like EnviroHub Day. Staff will also report to district committee annually with a summary of the RAP recipients and the use of funds distributed. Last slide, please. Partnerships and external resources are crucial for the success of the initiatives undertaken by the Watershed Programs team, and the updated Muskoka Water Strategy will continue to direct the district's efforts to effectively partner with agencies and organizations across the watershed and beyond to develop, support, deliver environmental programs and projects that address evolving issues and respond to change. The Watershed Resilience Action Program is one way that the district is providing the support while empowering the stewardship community to take action and have a deeper involvement in improving the health of their respective water bodies. Thank you for your time this morning, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Committee, important topic. Do we have any questions? Councillor Zadis.
Thank you. It's for you to the presenter. Thanks for your pitch this morning. I'm going to go back to slide 3, which is the components of the Muskoka Water Strategy. So yesterday we entertained a presentation from people at 3 Mile Lake who are very concerned about their shallow lake and the bottom being stirred up by wake surfing, to the point where they actually came forward and asked if we would join in with them on a ban of a recreational wake surfing, if you will, not the use of the boat. You can have the boat, but you just can't use it for wake surfing. And I just wondered what you, representing our district, think of the notion that banning a particular sport will improve the lake health.
Through you, Mr.
Is that
Chair.
fair?
I think anything that can be backed up by good scientific evidence will be, that's kind of where our basis is there evidence that banning it will actually improve the conditions? And if there is, then it's something that we would hope that an association would take action on. I'm not as familiar with that specific topic, so I can't particularly say, but I would say in general, we do try to base our decisions on evidence. And I think part of the RAP program is to help associations who want to take steps like this to actually do the research and find out whether it does actually improve the conditions. So, I did have the list of potential projects up there. That's not there could be other projects. This is an opportunity for associations who might have some really out of the box neat ideas to come forward, and we want to give them the support that they need to try out these ideas and to monitor and collect the actual data to find out if it's if it actually works, and if it does, can it then be moved to other lakes in the district. So we're hoping that it kind of stirs people's creativity and gives them a chance to try some new stuff to help protect our water resources.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, Rebecca. This is a fantastic report. You and I have been involved in this since 2004, and I've been doing water quality for a long time. And now it's really encouraging to me that the district has set up a fund for the associations to citizen scientists that we all know are very passionate to monitor the water quality on their lakes, which we just don't have the capacity to do. So it's just fantastic. And I know Leonard Lake, we've spent over $60,000 just in equipment, and you're very familiar with their passionate involvement on it. So this is fantastic. It's great news. I'm really encouraged with the RAP funding. I mean, that's the essence of the whole thing. Has anyone stepped forward, or is this just fresh off the draft board?
Through you, Mr. Chair. It was approved by District Council a couple months ago, and we just made the website live. So this is the first year for it. Yeah, we're hoping the deadline is August 31st, so we won't really know. We do encourage that people who are interested in the funding program to contact me for sort of a pre-consultation, just to make sure your organization would be eligible and the type of project that you're looking at would be one that could potentially be funded. but it's hot off the presses.
Okay, so I'll send it out to the 4 associations in Ward B, so you'll know.
Yes, please. We did send it to like, we have a bit of a contact list for lake associations, and I'll put the plug. If you are a lake association and you didn't get contacted from us, then, and you want to, then please send us your email and we'll add it to our list. But we did do a media release, and we did do an e-blast to the lake association.
Okay, good. So I don't have to. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Committee, any other questions? Ms. Willison, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next presentation today is also from the District of Muskoka. We have Kaitlyn Horton, and she's going to talk to us about the results of the Lake District Lake System Health Program. Welcome.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for having me here today to talk about our Lake System Health Program. So again, this is the same program we've been running for many years at this point, but I'm here to provide an update on our 2025 results. I'm Kaitlyn Horton, and I'm the Watershed Program Coordinator at the district. You may have seen Rebecca presenting this in previous years, but I will be the one doing that now. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the district has been monitoring water quality in Muskoka for over 45 years at this point, and this makes it one of the best municipal data sets in the world for water quality data. And this is really important because by having this long-term data set built up, we can faster detect changes in the watershed. If there's any changes in water quality on a specific lake, we can take a look at that long-term data set to see if this is normal or maybe out of the ordinary. And these lake data sets are also used to help inform the Muskoka official plan and other policies. And it's also used by other associations, organizations, and community groups in whatever ways they see fit, whether it's their own policies or for research purposes. Next slide, please. The Lake System Health Program is made up of a few different components. The most obvious one is the water quality monitoring, which we carry out every year. But there is also a biological monitoring component that's carried out during the summer as well, and an invasive species program, which is run as funding allows, the Love Your Lake program, the Natural Edge program, and of course, community outreach, which is a big part of every component in the Lake System Health Program. And that includes things like today, sharing the results with you. We want to make sure the results of our programs are getting out there so they can have the maximum benefit to our community. Next slide, please. So for the water quality monitoring program specifically, we actually analyze total phosphorus as well as 45 other chemical parameters every year for the lakes that are sampled. In the township of the Muskoka Lakes, the program assesses 46 sites in total. Not every site is assessed every year, though. It's on a rotational basis. So each lake will be looked at every 1, 2, or 3 years, depending on different parameters on the lake. So if it's considered vulnerable or not. So the chemical parameters are measured in the spring, in addition to water clarity, temperature, and dissolved oxygen. And then the water clarity, temperature, and dissolved oxygen are measured again in the late summer. All of this is done by our wonderful summer staff, and they've actually already got started this year on their sampling. So I'm excited to see what those results will give us. But in 2025, 28 sites were monitored in the township of the Muskoka Lakes on a total of 19 lakes. Next slide, please. So all of our water samples are sent to the Dorset Environmental Sciences Center for analysis, and this is done through a funding agreement between the District of Muskoka and the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks. From these chemical results in 2025, we found that there was no lakes in the township of the Muskoka Lakes that had a total phosphorus reading in 2025 that was higher than the 10-year average, so that's good. However, we did see that one site, Lake Muskoka, Boyd Bay, had a significant increase in spring phosphorus since it was first sampled in 2021. However, it's worth noting that was the first date it was sampled, so it's only been sampled for a few years since then. So hopefully, as we continue collecting more data, we'll see that trend disappear. No sites anywhere in Muskoka, including the township of the Muskoka Lakes, had a total phosphorus reading higher than 20 micrograms per liter. Next slide, please. And you can see that on this graph here, the 20 micrograms per liter mark is marked off by the black dotted line. This is an important threshold because above this, we start to see more nuisance concentrations of algae, which we want to avoid as much as possible. So on this graph, you can see the dark blue is indicating lakes with an increasing trend over the past 10 years, while the lakes with the light blue are showing a stable or a decreasing trend in total phosphorus. So as you can see, about 50% of the lakes are decreasing, while about 50% are increasing, which gives pretty much a net no change overall. Next slide, please. And this is a similar graph, but showing the calcium concentrations across the township of the Muskoka Lakes. In this image, you can see all of the lakes have a decreasing trend over the past 10 years, indicated by the light blue bars. And on this graph, the calcium threshold is marked at 2 milligrams per liter. The reason for this is concentrations below 2 milligrams per liter can harm sensitive aquatic life. So we want to aim to maintain calcium concentrations above this threshold. As you can see on this image, there are only 6 sites that are actually below the threshold, but they're all decreasing. Next slide, please. So in this next image, similar to the ones before, lakes with an increasing trend are dark blue, sorry, decreasing trend is light blue, but this is showing chloride concentrations. So as you can see, the dotted line shows the 10 milligrams per liter threshold that can harm sensitive aquatic life. So in this case, we want to maintain levels below this, especially on lakes with low calcium concentrations, because increased chloride combined with low calcium has even worse effects on this aquatic life. And as you can see, there's actually about 3/4 of the sites with an increasing trend in chloride, and about 20% of the sites are above the 10 milligram per liter threshold. And then there's a very clear standout on this graph as well, which is Ada Lake, that is much higher in concentration than the others. And this is likely due to the fact that it's directly next to Highway 169, so it receives much more road salt inputs compared to a lot of the other lakes that you see that are in less developed areas. It is worth noting, though, that although Ada Lake is increased from 10 years prior, it is slightly decreased from the last date we sampled it in 2022 by about 5 milligrams per liter. Next slide, please. So all the data I talked about today, as well as the data I didn't talk about from the other townships, is all available in our annual water quality monitoring report. Additionally, if you're interested in more historical data as well, you can also access the Muskoka Water Web for all the lake data sheets, aquatic data sheets, and stewardship information. And the Great Lakes data stream has the entire historical data set for all of our water quality parameters in Muskoka. And of course, you can also reach out to us anytime for more information about our water quality data and the program. Next slide, please. So this year, we're going to be sampling 23 sites on 17 lakes in the township of the Muskoka Lakes. And we'll be sampling the ones listed on the screen there. The ones in green are actually ones we sample every year. So they were included in this presentation today and will continue to be included every year unless things change. Any questions? Next slide, please. Sorry.
Committee. Mayor Kelly.
Thank you very much, and through you, good job, Kaitlyn. You nailed it. I have a question about the parameters that you test for. I think you said 45 plus phosphorus, and you've been doing 46 or 45 years of testing. Have the parameters changed over time? Do you sometimes delete them because the risk is too low or perceived to be we've got that solved, and you add some, or is it just a static list?
Ms. Horton?
Through you, Chair. Thank you. That's a really great question. I can't recall the exact year that we started doing the full suite of chemical parameters. I believe it was around 2003. So prior to that, it was mainly just phosphorus and Secchi disc readings, which is our water clarity. After that point, though, we started sticking with a set list of chemical parameters. So it's the same every year. It gets sent to Dorset Environmental Sciences Center, and they do the full suite of parameters on the water samples. So we have that data all through for the past 20 plus years.
Really? Ms. Horton, thank you very much. That's, Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. Thank you, Kaitlyn. I'm just wondering, you have this data, and some lakes you only go every 2 years, some lakes you do a lot. But the district is fully aware of three or four strong lakes that have a really intense water quality program. Has the district sat down and tried to understand their data and merge the data into the district's data so we get a view? Because I know in the case in Leonard Lake, it's tested regularly, and the phosphorus numbers and the algae numbers are, they're right on top of it. And so, and I don't think, anyways, I just wondered, do you have, as a district, partnered in depth with those groups?
Ms. Horton.
Thank you, through you, Chair. That's a really good question, because we do know a lot of lake associations are very active in their water quality monitoring, which we think is amazing. Unfortunately, depending on the methodology that they may be using, if it's different from what the district's using, we don't want to combine the data results in case if there may be differences there between how we're doing it and the lake associations are doing it. But of course, we are always happy to meet with the lake associations to discuss their water quality program, provide feedback, and see how we can assist them with what they're doing. Additionally, I know that some lake associations will upload their own data to the Great Lakes data stream where the district uploads their data, and that makes it available for anyone to use how they wish.
Just a subsequent.
Yes.
So I think it would behoove you and to get really close to those lake associations, because we're trying to solve the same problem throughout Muskoka. And if their trends are showing something that yours don't, even though they may be following the same program or better protocols or whatever, as scientists, you should get together and see if there's something that as a group you can do, encourage other people to do it. That's just a suggestion that I'm making. Thank you.
Committee, any other questions or comments? Ms. Horton, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is a report from Ms. Miners, our Chief Bylaw Official, and she's going to talk to us about the noise bylaw.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, members of Planning Committee. As you know, staff have been undertaking an update to the noise control bylaw. At the March Planning Committee meeting, committee received the draft noise bylaw for the first time. Committee directed amendments to the draft noise bylaw and then directed staff to circulate and present the amended draft noise bylaw at a public meeting for further feedback. The amendment that Planning Committee directed was to update Section 5.3 of the draft noise bylaw, which ultimately changed the start time for construction noise from 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. on weekdays. Since the March meeting, staff have received written submissions from Carolyn Pierce, Allie Brown on behalf of Our Muskoka, Dan Brown, and Phil Harding. The submissions covered a few different topics, one being noise from animals that are part of a licensed zoo and wildlife sanctuary. Staff just note that the township does have a dedicated bylaw for regulating and licensing zoos and wildlife sanctuaries, and that there are requirements in those bylaws surrounding nuisances. Second was related to vehicles that are used for leisurely or recreational activities. The current noise bylaw prohibits noise from these vehicles between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m., and the amended draft noise bylaw changes this from 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. Staff note that the draft noise bylaw exempts noise from vehicles that are being operated on highways, including driveways and laneways, and other authorized trails and waterways. It is staff's intention to continue consulting with stakeholders to review this section of the draft bylaw. And finally, the third larger topic being the amendment to the noise from construction. Submissions indicated concerns of the amendment from 6 a.m. to 7 a.m., citing impacts to local businesses and the economy. I do believe that there are delegates here today to speak further on these concerns, so I'll leave that opportunity to them. And as mentioned before, the purpose of this public meeting is to provide the community opportunity to provide feedback. And it's staff's goal today to listen to this feedback, take notes, and consider it when bringing the draft bylaw back to Planning Committee in the near future. That's all for me, but I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody has any.
So committee, I'm going to ask if you have questions, and then we will turn it over for public input. I'm sure there's some of the people that are in the room are dying to speak to this. So first of all, to the committee, do we have any questions of Ms. Minor at this point? Councillor Roberts.
Sorry for hogging the show, but thank you, Rachel. But in section 4, it states that it'll be the opinion of the officer solely to determine if there's a nuisance noise. And that no device has been proposed to measure that. Could you please explain why, or the reasoning for not proposing a device that would measure the noise?
Ms. Miners?
Thank you, through the chair. I think committee might recall when staff brought forward a report back in the fall. I'm sorry, I can't remember which month it was now. We did discuss different options and approaches to the enforcement of the noise bylaw. We did compare options for, setting out decibels and decibel readers versus maintaining the current approach of the point of reception. And I think at that time, Planning Committee did decide to maintain the current approach of the point of reception. I think it was decided that it was easier to enforce, and it did allow complainants to submit their own evidence for noise bylaw infractions. So that was decided, I think, earlier in this process.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Zavitz, then Councillor Edwards.
Thank you. It's through you to Rachel. Rachel, I have a couple of notes here. And certainly I would appreciate you your comments. Of course, I just rolled it here. So the first one is relating very specifically to referencing the nuisance noise 4.1 under general prohibitions, that it prohibits noise at all times, music from neighbors and close by sources, which is right in the documents, right? And so I guess my question, which is against the 5.0 specific prohibitions, which indicates 5.1, the operation of any sound system between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. And so I guess my first question to you would be, which is it, and or do both apply? Like afternoon music coming up the bay, is that in 4.1 under nuisance, or is that a 5.0 and you don't come out because it's not between 11 and 7? So that's a question I'm being asked by constituents.
Ms. Miners.
So if I'm understanding your question correctly, I think the answer would be that loud music and loud human noise can't be heard beyond a property boundary from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. at all. Right. And then during the daytime, or I guess at any time, if it's further causing a nuisance, that would be a prohibition of the bylaw as well.
Right. So in effect, loud music beyond your property isn't allowed anytime in the township of Muskoka Lakes on a private residence, unless it meets other conditions, special permit or whatever.
Ms. Miners.
It would be if it constitutes a nuisance under the bylaw, and as it's worded right now, it's up to the officer's discretion to determine if it is creating a nuisance.
If I may supplement, thank you, Chair. So I read that, and that I find that a little bit worrisome in that I guess if you follow it's happening, so you follow the normal protocol, you put in an electronic request for that to be dealt with through bylaw, through our website, right? And then I guess you guys at some point in time go out. By the time you would go out, that music would be off. It would be the next day or whatever. How do you deal with that? You just knock on the door and say, listen, we had a complaint yesterday about music, or because this is a big thing, right? It's, people don't want other people's music during their daytime with their family and recreating on the lake or whatever. So this is a big issue, and I know we've opened it up here. I just want to make sure that we, that everybody understands the conditions of it, and if there are any.
Ms. Miners.
And so I guess I can go back and explain like the enforcement process a little bit. How the noise bylaw is enforced right now, and as it will be through how this bylaw is currently drafted, is through the point of reception. So for example, if somebody is playing music after 11 p.m. It's being heard beyond the property boundaries. Bylaw staff aren't working those hours to like hear those types of issues happening. So we do rely on the complainant to collect that evidence for us. We receive it usually the next day. We go out, respond to it. Usually it's the same people that are there at the time. We speak to them. Many times it does result in the contravention not occurring the next night. But we can use that evidence to pursue enforcement action if needed.
If I may just carry on with that, thank you.
One more.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I do have a couple more.
Couple more then.
Thank you. So through to that end, again, I would say, do we have a nuisance noise bylaw effective 24 hours a day now? Because this 11 to 7 isn't the issue. It's not, it really hasn't been an issue. What I've been hearing a lot of is people playing loud music at their boathouse on the water, not so much in a boat, but on the water in a boathouse. And I've been hearing that a lot. And when you reach out to the bylaw, they just say, you know, it's okay, you can between those hours. And I'm suggesting that this new nuisance bylaw piece it remediates that, takes care of that for people. Is that correct?
Yes, through the chair, that is essentially correct. There's that new section that talks about nuisances, which would allow officers to respond and make that determination. If
Excellent. So thank you for that. If I may, just the other.
One more. Yeah, or a
Thank
couple
you.
more.
The other point I would have has to, well, one of the points is the point of reception on a property where noise from a separate property is clearly audible by a person. So it's, while it's ambiguous, it's very clear. You know, your neighbor can't be doing something that, you know, you find objectionable point of, point of reception. Is that correct? So again, I'm going to go to this, there's a sports court issue right next door. They're playing volleyball. There's 12 people. It's 2 PM. It's loud and they're doing it all day. Is there a vehicle for that now? Do they just simply reach out to bylaw and say, at point of reception, it's clearly audible by my cottage next door? And then you'll react to that? Is that the spirit of this point?
Ms. Miners?
through the chair, I can't speak on specific maybe situations or scenarios right now, but I think it would open the door for staff to be able to respond to certain concerns. But again, I think it would have to meet the threshold that's put out in the definition of a nuisance, which talks about a person's well-being and such.
So it's an interpretation thing. Thank you. The only other one I would have at this time, although I'm very interested in the tourism operations piece when that comes forward with other presenters. But the one thing I would ask of this committee to consider is to roll back the construction start from the 7 o'clock suggested to 6 AM back to where it was. And I would say that it needs a caveat, and I believe the caveat is transporting and locating of construction equipment. I mean, this is the driver of our economic development in our township. And what I'm hearing from a lot of contractors is they need that 6 to 7 to get things, rented equipment, whatever it is, to the construction wherever they're working. But they wouldn't start working till 7, and we can make that very clear within the bylaw. But right now, it's almost like we're saying, stay home don't leave your house till 7. That doesn't make sense. To me personally, it doesn't make sense. If we're all about economic development, and we are, and the single biggest driver is construction in this township, why would we inhibit their activities? Yeah, no chainsaws at 6:25. Certainly, we can take care of that, but I'm wondering if we couldn't add the caveat, transporting and locating of construction equipment is acceptable between the hours of 6 and 7, and then construction would commence at 7. So I would just put that out to the committee for thought. Thank you.
Thanks for that. And that's trigger a thought. I'll just reply to that first. You have raised an issue where we might want to make amendments to this draft bylaw before it goes back to public. We'll keep a list of those things. And at the end, at council, we can go through them and decide, or as committee, and we will decide whether or not we want to change them before it goes back out for a draft. Fair enough? And I will remind you, we are in questions, so let's not debate it
Yeah,
too much,
okay.
but that's the process. So you can raise it, but let's not have too much. Ms. Miners, did you have a response to that, or shall we leave it until we get into, let's leave it until we get into discussing it. I think I saw Councillor Edwards rather, and then Councillor Kent.
Thank you very much. Listen to Ms. Myers. We don't have a machine for measuring decimal, is that right?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And yet, I'm just trying to think what year it was back, and we had somebody come in, there was an app on their phone that would measure it. Have we ever investigated that? That
Ms.
we could
Minor?
put an app on a phone?
Unfortunately, when it comes to decibel readers, it's not unfortunately as simple as putting an app on your phone. It would require some pretty sophisticated, specialized equipment, specialized training for officers on how to use it, special policies and programs set up to ensure it's being recalibrated, it's operating properly. So it's unfortunately a little bit more complicated than just downloading an app on your phones.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kent.
I'm not sure if mine's a comment or a question, but I was just going to say, I was the person who instigated that change in the construction from 7 to 6 to 7 last meeting. I thought we had actually agreed that we were at that meeting, we'd have to go back and listen to the tape, that transporting and the movement of materials prior to 7 o'clock was acceptable. That was the discussion I think we had at that meeting. So I think maybe that just got mixed, but I do support, that was my memory.
All right, we'll hold this. We'll get
Yeah.
back to this discussion because we'll also be hearing from the public on this. Committee, do we have any other questions? Otherwise, I will turn it over to our. We'll get,
Well,
no, we're going to hear from the public. So let's just do questions.
Yeah.
Then we'll hear from the public. Then we can have some discussion about what we've heard through our questions and from the public. And then we can debate, Councillor.
Yes.
Sorry. Councillor Mazin, did you have your hand up?
Thank you, and through you. And it was actually a bit more about a process question. I think you're trying to get understand. It was my understanding today that we were here to listen to the public, and I wasn't quite sure what the role of us as council today or committee is today. I think you were just trying to address that. So
Yes, we are. And we're getting to that
okay, thanks.
next. All right. Thank you, Ms. Miners. Member of the public, if you could put your hand up, and who'd like to speak to this? How many would like to speak to this? All right, so we'll start with the man who had his hand up first. Yes. No, the other fellow at the back. Yeah. Stevens. All right.
Morning, committee. My name is John Crowley. I live at 1018 Sandor Drive in Ballon.
Mr. Crowley, you have 5 minutes.
Yes. Now, I am the current president of the Moon River Property Owners Association, affectionately known as Mr. POA, who was here yesterday. I'm here today to speak about the draft noise bylaw. I have 2 comments in 2 areas. One is nuisance noise and the other is bylaw enforcement. The right to quiet enjoyment of one's property. Technically, that legal phrase applies to renters, but it also applies to homeowners. And the draft noise bylaw specifically mentions this as well. I quote, nuisance noise shall mean any sound or vibration that may be disruptive, excessive, obnoxious, or otherwise offensive to the senses, and that may be of such volume and or nature that it is likely to disturb and or interfere with a comfortable enjoyment of life or property, end quote. I'm speaking of repetitive, excessive, disruptive noise, nuisance noise. I would like to see the addition of the word repetitive in the definition, because I believe the definition, while a good start, could use some refinement. Inclusion of this word would also make the enforcement officer's task easier, as the draft bylaw states that it is in the opinion of the officer to determine if it could be nuisance noise. This sharpens that focus. On the Moon River, especially closer to town, properties are on small lots, often less than 100 feet frontage. Mr. POA members, by definition, are waterfront properties, and we all know how easily noise travels across water. We have situations where sports recreation activities on these small lots become nuisance noise. And there needs to be a methodology to alleviate, to reduce the repetitive, obnoxious, disruptive noise, so that neighbors and homeowners can again experience the comfortable enjoyment of life or property. On the topic of enforcement, the value and the merit of any bylaw begins and ends with enforcement. In society, there are always a few bad actors. That's why we have laws against murder, serious crime, drunk driving, and bylaws are no different. Most people want to obey laws and bylaws, and they do, but there must be consequences for those that don't. Let me share 3 experiences here on the Moon River regarding 3 different bylaws. I live on a point, but we don't own that entire point. My neighbor owns a chunk of abutting waterfront. It's a woodlot with about 300 feet of frontage. Back in 2015, another neighbor told me that while we were away, he saw several men walk down my drive and he heard chainsaws all day. Upon investigation, this neighbor had removed 12 trees, some over a century old, within 20 feet of the shoreline. That was in clear violation of the bylaw on site planning at that time, which has been amended even since. We reported a concern. Bylaw investigated. The owner was sent a notice of infraction and required remediation. Nothing happened. No follow-up, no tree planting, no fines.
Remind you, we're talking about the
Nothing.
noise bylaw here.
I'm
If you have
giving
bylaw
the
issues.
okay, right.
All right.
Okay, so we'll talk about noise bylaw. A resident is experiencing nuisance noise from sports activities. While this bylaw makes its way through the system, the resident files a concern under another bylaw violation to try to find a solution to the problem. People were living on the property in 3 different tent trailers. The owner is sent a letter by bylaw. Owner ignores the letter. 3 months later, people are still residing in the tent trailers. And another example on noise, another resident experiences numbing noise from the quay. He's only 300 feet away from the moon. It's 2:30 a.m. on a Monday night, Tuesday morning, actually. He files a concern. Bylaw says they will issue a letter, and presumably they do. Next Monday, same thing. So something I would like to understand is what are the escalating procedures for bylaw enforcement? I've looked, but there's no information on the township website.
You're coming up to your 5
Yeah,
minutes.
fine. To my mind, the progression should be education, warning, fine. 3 strikes, you're out. So my question on this current bylaw is there must be a process that is defined, defensible, and just. And I sincerely hope the noise bylaw embodies the teeth and the wherewithal to make that a reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Stevens, is it?
I'll watch my 5 minutes. So
We're watching it for you. Don't be distracted. You start with your name and your address, and as you know, you have 5 minutes.
Chairman, Mayor, Councillors, my name is Steve White. I live at 1184 Crawford Street, and I represent a group that would like to make comments on and propose changes to the draft noise bylaw, and to raise awareness for the need to ensure that where it impacts other bylaws, there is congruency between them. Policies and bylaws can overlap, and where they do, they need to be addressed simultaneously and not piecemeal. Turning to detailed comments on the noise bylaw, sections 2.8 and 2.10. There is no clear definition of what a noise or nuisance noise is. It should be defined as occurring at a certain decibel level that is measurable and easily proven. It should be done by trained individuals with certified and calibrated equipment. Any attempt to charge an offence under this bylaw will pivot on what a noise and nuisance noise is. There is no clear and measurable definition, and therefore successful prosecution would be in doubt. Section 4.1, as per those previous comments I've just made, the offence should be clearly established by measuring it. If it exceeds a certain level, an offence has occurred. If not, there is no offence. Having it in the opinion of an officer is weak. Opinions may vary from officer to officer and are open to challenge. It lays the township open to the charge of a lack of consistency. It should also mirror provincial guidelines and reflect that it refers with how a property owner may enjoy their property without it becoming a nuisance. Emphasis should be placed on the noise creating a loss or a change in circumstances generated by the source of that noise. Section 4.3, it refers to dogs continuously barking for a period of 15 minutes. I would suggest the wordology is adjusted. Delete continuous, insert the word persistent. Continuous is a continuous period, persistent, on and off. Within that 15 minutes, you have room to maneuver. I suggest you delete dogs and insert animals. Delete barking and insert making noise. Provincial noise guidelines state that noises are considered to be at an acceptable level if they are between 40 and 60 decibels or match the ambient background noise, whichever is higher. Any sound above acceptable levels is generally considered to be noise pollution. This draft bylaw then isn't aligned with provincial guidelines on this point. So I ask this committee, when will you align your draft bylaw with provincial guidelines so that a clear definition of what constitutes a noise infraction or noise pollution is established by measuring it in decibels rather than using an opinion? On the subject of a lack of congruency, this bylaw should address wildlife sanctuaries and zoos and noise issues that may emanate from such establishments. The last time this bylaw was before this committee, it said it would undertake to do so via this bylaw. There is no sign that this has happened. So I asked the committee, when can we expect it to do what it said it would do in order to resolve the noise issues emanating from a wildlife sanctuary? This draft bylaw, by omission, specifically does not do this in this draft phase, nor does the wildlife and zoos bylaws. Changes to the noise bylaw needs to be simultaneously reflected in the wildlife sanctuary and zoo bylaw, or specific reference should be made in this bylaw and the same standards should apply in the zoos and wildlife. Not to do so will effectively deprive residents of an avenue for complaint and resolution and will not hold such establishments accountable. What is being recommended in the noise bylaw needs to be explicitly cross-referenced in the wildlife and zoos bylaw so as not to infringe residents' rights to seek redress and therefore to be able to file a complaint and to enable township officers to do their duty in that respect. And so my final question to council, are you going to align both bylaws simultaneously? And if so, against what timetable? Or are you simply going to allow and do what you said you would do, which is to put it into the noise bylaw? Sir, Chairman, I'm done. Thank you very much. I'm open to questions now or later at your convenience.
Thank you very much. Can we have a volunteer for the next public speaker? Please come
Take
up.
that's my dismissal.
We can ask them at the end. Let's get all the. Good morning and welcome.
Morning.
You start with your name and address and you
Yeah.
have 5 minutes.
My name is Karen Pierce and I live at 1133 Crawford Street. I'm a property owner and citizen of Muskoka Lakes on the affected area of Crawford Street. I volunteered in a public education role at the local wildlife sanctuary for 7 years, and I loved it. Then along came COVID-19. I have an autoimmune disease and it forced me to stay home. Mutually beneficial relations between Crawford Street property owners and sanctuary staff have existed for years, until last year. The forest directly across from my home was cut down, understory ravaged and burned, ground leveled by huge earth movers. Our questions as to what was happening were met by silence, sarcasm, and avoidance.
Ms. Pierce, if I could remind you, we're here to get your comments about the noise bylaw. If you could focus on that mostly.
Okay. These behaviors, this does relate to my what I'm going to be saying about noise. This behavior caused extreme stress. A huge housing compound for animals were built, secrecy persisted, it destroyed trust, it created fear and disrespect and ruined relationships. Why were we being treated this way? The answer came from African lions themselves. I heard their loud roaring around 11 p.m. I asked a staff member, why the secret? The response was, this is our property, we can do what we want. The call of a lion is the loudest, most intense, and farthest carrying on earth. A predator. The roar intimidates and immobilizes prey. The director of Aspen herself said on a TV interview when a reporter asked, lions are very loud, aren't they? She responded, loud, I can hear them all the way down to my office. My house is much closer, so why was the unit built 100 meters from my front porch? This was obviously a mistake. I contacted Muskoka Lakes bylaw department. Roaring cats woke me up several times a night every night. Muskoka Lakes has no bylaw currently to deal with this. The officer worked with the sanctuary trying to lessen the sound, but Aspen said whatever they could do would harm the exotics. For 30 nights, I was awakened by a very disturbing noise 4 to 5 times a night. How loud? Nobody actually knows. No measure was made on my property. Bylaw had no equipment, and they don't work in the middle of the night. I obtained a letter for Muskoka Lakes from my rheumatologist stating that all humans need sleep and that unless I had 7 to 9 hours of uninterrupted sleep, it's essential for my health. I submitted a journal for the bylaw department logging 30 nights of interruptions. I was forced to leave my home for 5 months and returned when the lions departed. Previously, with my disease, polymyalgia rheumatica, I had lost my mobility. I was afraid this could happen again. Polymyalgia rheumatica is an immune system disease, causes inflammations that causes joints to stiffen, become immobile. PMR is painful. Inflammation damages the heart, circulatory system, your eyes, your memory, and your mobility. There is no cause known and no cure. Anti-inflammatory medications can work to help. A strict diet of non-inflammatory foods, a low-stress lifestyle, daily low-impact exercise like walking stops your joints from seizing completely, and you do need 7 to 9 hours of uninterrupted sleep. I have the following recommendations about noise. Rather than wasting time justifying poor planning, why don't we all spend time creatively thinking so that Aspen can have their lions and meet the neighbors' needs as well? There are many ways to lessen nuisance noise for the consideration of neighbors. By distance, exotic species distance alone is not enough. You need buffers like vegetation, materials used for housing, insulating, the use of the topography of the land.
Ms. Pierce, you've come up to your 5 minutes. If you could wrap it up.
Okay. Intention of expansion should be open with government and community review to avoid noise problems. Exotic animals that call at night should be well away from residential property with necessary noise mitigating measures. We should examine the detrimental effect on native wildlife. The native wildlife exited the area while the lions were there. Nocturnally intensely loud animals that cry repeatedly should not be placed near homes. And everybody should follow the rules. Our township would result in chaos if we didn't.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pierce. It was a very personal story about how noise can impact health. Could we have the next speaker? If there is one. We will ask. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Bosworth and members of Planning Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am here on behalf of the Muskoka Stakeholders Association.
Ms.
We
Brown, could
appreciate-
you start with your name and address?
Alexander Brown and 2 Bruce Wilson Drive. We appreciate the township's efforts to modernize and clarify the noise bylaw. However, we are recommending 2 practical amendments to ensure the bylaw remains workable and reflective of real-world construction operations. First, we are concerned with the expanded definition of construction, which now includes equipment delivery, material delivery, and waste removal. These are essential logistical activities, not construction in the traditional sense, and including them may unintentionally restrict routine and necessary operations. Second, we recommend maintaining the current 6 a.m. construction start time. This aligns with established industry practices and supports efficient scheduling, particularly in a seasonal region like Muskoka, where timing is critical. Importantly, this is not about increasing noise impacts. It is about ensuring the bylaw strikes the right balance between community expectations and practical implementation. We believe these modest adjustments will result in a stronger, more effective bylaw for all ratepayers. I also want to note that a letter dated May 11, 2026, outlining these recommendations was circulated to planning, bylaw, and committee members earlier this week. That letter has since received broad support and endorsement from numerous local businesses, contractors, and community members, as well as over 20 individuals. A list of noted endorsements includes Muskoka Lakes Chamber of Commerce, Proline Rentals and Bins, Brown Steel Docks, Dave Nodwell, Muskoka Contracting, Red Maple Carpentry, Brent Corey's, ECCM Contracting, Moda Millwork, Sift Electric, Generation Construction and Fine Home Limited, Muskoka Lumber, Gravenhurst Plumbing, Heating and Electric, Brown's Appliance Limited, Montgomery Solutions Incorporated, NVS Custom Finishing, Stratton Homes, Above All Roofing Muskoka, Carly Creative and Rieger Contracting, Dockside Welding, and Judges Contracting Limited. Thank you for your time and consideration of these amendments. Your decisions today will help shape the future of our community and will help have lasting ripple effects across Muskoka.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brown. Do we have anybody else in the chamber who would wish to speak? Otherwise, we'll move to online. Seeing none. Do we have online? How many approximately? Very well. Let's. Good morning.
Good morning. I guess I'm up. It's Nora Fountain speaking on behalf of Muskoka Lakes Chamber of Commerce at 3125 Muskoka Road 169 in Bala. The Chamber, thank you, Chair and Committee. The Chamber respects the right of residents to quiet enjoyment, and we support reasonable noise controls. Actually, we do applaud Council and staff's work. We support an updated noise bylaw that's clear, fair, and enforceable. In particular, this draft is easier to follow. It keeps broad exemptions for essential services, snow and ice removal, permitted special events, other public needs, and it creates a path for all to ask Council for an exemption, explain why it's needed, and receive a decision. The 90-day application window may be long for some business needs, yet the clear process is positive. We do have concerns, especially on the shortened construction day. Not only is the construction industry a vital contributor to the local economy, it's also a service that many will likely need at some point during their time in Muskoka Lakes. But the season is short and shaped by weather. We certainly feel that this year. Road limits like half-load restrictions from mid-March to May 1st further shorten the work and profit window. Lake access, delivery schedules, labor shortages, customer deadlines. Many cottage country communities have bylaws that reflect the needs of a shorter building season. A 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. time limit is more restrictive than our neighbors. Some go as late as 11 p.m. We're not advocating for that. We'd just like you to keep the things the way they are now. Having said that, some of our contractors have told us that it's the first hour of the day that matters. They often use early hours for crew setup, equipment checks, and deliveries before the most active work begins. Losing that hour can add real cost and delay, leading to higher project costs for both residents and businesses, longer timelines, more return trips, increasing the carbon footprint, more overtime, and scheduling conflicts. As our board chair, Blake Johnson, a contractor himself, said, for all of these reasons, we don't support the shortening of the construction day. Let's allow the contractors to get in and get the job done so the neighborhood can return to serenity as soon as possible. On that subject, it seems that this noise bylaw is subjective to a certain extent. It would be of great value to determine what level of noise is not acceptable, mentioned by an earlier speaker. We're asking you to please consider a more flexible approach, at the least allowing lower impact work deliveries and site prep to stay at a 6 a.m. start. Which brings us to tourism entertainment operations. We appreciate the work bylaw has done to clarify that public noise after patrons leave a venue is not intended to make those venues responsible for behavior beyond their control. But we don't understand why it appears a third time in the tourist entertainment operations section. This behavior is already addressed generally in section 5.1.2, summarized again in Schedule B. For that reason, the Chamber questions why it also needs to be repeated within the tourist entertainment operations section, where it may still create confusion about whether businesses are being held responsible for public behavior beyond their control. Public nuisance behavior offsite should be, and is, addressed through the general provisions of the bylaw and enforced against the people causing the noise. Now, back in December, we wrote to ask if the township could take a more active support role when licensed restaurants seek AGCO approvals that allow reasonable low-impact outdoor music. We know AGCO licensing is not the township's direct jurisdiction. However, music is an important cultural attraction and economic development concept, which is important to township. Light outdoor music supports patios, main streets, local musicians, hospitality jobs, and the visitor experience. Where a restaurant is in good standing, the proposal complies with the noise bylaw and reasonable mitigation measures are in place. The township, we think, should consider providing letters of municipal support, planning context, economic development evidence, which we've provided in the past, and confirmation that the proposed use aligns with local bylaws and community goals. We also ask that the township consider creating a simple support process for restaurants seeking AGCO approvals for light outdoor music so operators know what information is needed and how municipal support may be considered. This could be something that could arise from your ECDEV strategy that you're working on now. In closing, the Chamber supports reasonable controls. Our concern is that the current draft may unintentionally harm local contractors, restaurants, and tourism operators by shortening the construction day and by blurring the line between venue-controlled noise and public behavior, or in the case of Aspen Valley, animal behavior. We ask the township to refine the bylaw so it protects residents while also supporting the businesses that build, serve, and animate Muskoka Lakes. Thank you for hearing us today. And I'm sorry it sounds so awful. But if there are any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. Ms. Fountain, could we have the next person online?
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we can see you now.
Okay, great. Sorry about that.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome. If you start with your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
Okay. My name's Deborah Yelenko. My address is 1072 Hurling Point Road in Bala. Our cottage is located on the Moon River in a small lot neighborhood. I want to speak about the real-life impact that chronic recreational noise has on neighboring property owners and why I believe the draft noise bylaw needs to fully recognize relentless recreational noise and include clearer enforcement tools to address it. This is not about occasional summertime activities or neighbors enjoying their property. This is about persistent organized team sport activity on a residential court at the property line that has fundamentally changed the way we and the surrounding neighborhood are able to enjoy our property. From the moment the net goes up in May until it finally comes down in October, we live in a state of anticipation, constantly anticipation and stress. Every time we see a car arriving, we know what's coming. Balls pounding, shouting, groaning, cheering, and music that carries out into the neighborhood. The noise is so intrusive that the neighbors on both sides have spent thousands of dollars attempting to block out the noise by planting rows of cedars, additional buffering, and installing new windows. And despite all of this, we still cannot escape it. What is particularly frustrating is that this sport court was never formally approved through a permitting process in the first place. Over time, it has effectively morphed into something treated as grandfathered, despite the fact that this type of recreational use is not permitted on this lot size under today's zoning bylaws. Grandfathered status should not mean immunity. Immunity from reasonable nuisance noise standards, particularly when the impacts on adjacent property owners are severe, ongoing, and when mitigation exists. The peaceful enjoyment of property is one of the defining characteristics of Muskoka, and one of the reasons people invest their lives, their savings, and their emotional attachment into being here. No resident should have to spend months trapped inside their cottage with the windows closed because of ongoing noise originating right outside their door. I support the township's effort to modernize this noise bylaw. My ask of council is to ensure that the final version clearly recognizes that noise from persistent ongoing sport activities constitutes nuisance noise when it unreasonably interferes with neighboring properties. Unlike construction noise, which is temporary and tied to a project with a defined completion date, chronic court noise is a recurring seasonal condition with no foreseeable end. Week after week, year after year, the same unmitigated disruption goes on. When activity consistently disrupts neighborhood properties and interferes with peaceful enjoyment, the bylaw should provide clear authority for the township to intervene. I'm concerned that the draft bylaw leaves too much discretion and uncertainty around enforcement. Residents need confidence that when nuisance noise is ongoing and clearly disruptive to neighboring properties, meaningful enforcement action will follow. In this case, previous bylaw violations for a different infraction on that particular lot still continue even after bylaw enforcement attended the property and written direction was issued by the township ordering that activity to stop. Without strong enforcement tools and meaningful consequences for non-compliance, neighboring property owners are left to absorb the financial costs, emotional strain, stress, and loss of peaceful enjoyment. I respectfully ask council to strengthen this bylaw so that chronic, repeated noise is clearly recognized as nuisance noise and that repeated violations will result in meaningful enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jelenko. Could we have the next one that's online?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, my name is Steve Elliott. My permanent residence is 27 Castles Ave in Toronto. My summer residence is Wawanesa Island on Lake Muskoka. And I'm speaking to you today as the president of the Muskoka Lake Snow Trails Association, which hopefully most of you know is the local snowmobile club operating in the Ballaport Carling area. I'll be pretty brief. I sent an email yesterday to some of the councilors as well as the committee. A couple of things. First, I'll speak to section 3.1.7. And first of all, I would like to say, thank you. I think in the drafting of this bylaw, council is seeking to make sure that the snowmobile grooming operations can continue. So I appreciate that. I think there just are a couple of gaps and maybe some language that should be cleared up to avoid any potential issues that we might have. Phil Harding sent his note, I think, as well, that the Muskoka Lake Snow Trails Association and other snowmobile clubs that groom in District 7 in Muskoka we groom at night. That's when we groom. It's the safest time to groom because there aren't as many riders on the trails. It's also the best time for the snow to set up properly because it's colder. So we are in fact instructed by the OFSC to groom at night, and I know you guys realize that. The concern I have is that the exception reads vehicles being operated on any highway, authorized trail, or navigable waterway, which is great, but we aren't always on an authorized trail. In emergency situations, we might have to come off the trail, cross a private property with permission of the landowner to get to a roadway. There's sometimes where, you know, we thought a swamp was safe to cross, it wasn't. There's things we need to do. And so we're not always on an authorized trail. And so, you know, I'm not sure how far like the enforcement would go, but I just see a potential hole in that logic. So either we need to maybe change that so it's not as specific to an authorized trail, or perhaps another idea is a blanket exception for any vehicle operated by a member club of the Ontario Federation of Snowmobile Clubs when we're operating it in our standard course of operations. That would help us because, again, I know the intention was to say we couldn't operate a snow groomer, but there's a couple of gaps here. So I think that should be addressed. Phil mentioned in his note, cross-country groomers. I don't think we have any downhill ski hills in the area, but that might be something else to look at. I'm not familiar with any cross-country groomers, but they may have the same issue. So maybe something to look at. The other piece is in section 5.2.4, it prevents the operation of a vehicle for leisurely or recreational activities after, I believe it's 9 p.m. Snowmobile trails are open 24 hours a day. That's under the Ministry of Transport, the MTO guidelines, the OFSC guidelines. Our trails do not close. And in fact, many riders enjoy riding at night. It's a very different experience. As I mentioned, there's a lot less sleds on the trail, so quite often they enjoy it. So, you know, our trails are open 24 days, and therefore anyone coming back home from a trip on one of our authorized trail networks would probably likely have to travel either on a public roadway, which I think is allowed, or a frozen lake, or even perhaps across their own private property. A lot of landowners have a little private trail on their property that connects to our trail. So they're out there at night, and the way the bylaw reads right now is they might not be able to come home after 9 o'clock at night. They'd be allowed to be on the trail, but they couldn't get to their actual residence because it's after 9 p.m. at night. So, you know, like I know it says navigable waterway, which is great, but I'm not clear if that applies to frozen waterways, right? So because it's not a navigable waterway at that point in time, it's a frozen lake. And a lot of people, you know, ride on the ice and come back to the place at night. So, you know, I think we could revise 5.2.4 to allow for the safe return navigating from an established trail to their place of residence. Maybe that language makes sense. Or, you know, maybe change the navigable waterway to make it clear that this also applies to frozen waterways in the winter. I think that would make a little more clarity. But again, other than that, I appreciate the efforts to recognize the importance that snowmobiling brings to the economy. I just think there's little tightening up of the language will be beneficial. So thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you for your work all winter long. I think anybody who knows how well this club is performing, we all owe you a big thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Do we have, I think we still have some wanting to speak online, if we could bring them in. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Greg Knight.
Start with your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
Great. My name is Greg Knight. My address is 1006 Clear Lake Road in Torrance, Ontario, POC 1M0. I'm here to talk predominantly about the Bala Bay Inn. Our property, the Bala Bay Inn, was built in 1910. It has always played music. It has always had music as a focal point to its development. And in fact, the original builder of the hotel was also a composer, and he played music way back then. So we've been making noise at the Bala Bay Inn for a very, very long time. The hotel is very much a loved building within our community. It's had, a series of tumultuous times over the years, but we, I've heard of a rough history, frankly, but, we opened almost 2 years ago to the day, well, next month at least. We had a grand opening. Many of you were there. Lots of community members were very excited. It was refreshing to see all of the support from our neighbors in the reopening of that hotel. Our business, the hotel in particular, has been supported through, virtually every policy document I think this municipality has, whether it's official plan and planning documents, economic development, community improvement plans. I don't know, the million acronyms you guys speak about all the time. The Bala Bay Inn is looked upon fondly and supported for what it does. We have, opening 2 years ago, we had to make a substantial investment to get the doors open. We have, since that, we have a lease with an option to purchase. We're looking to exercise that purchase in the fall. There's probably another $1 million of structural work that needs to be done reasonably imminently once we close in order to keep that building safe and secure for the next 100 years. That's what the community is telling us they would like to see. I don't know if there were 500 people there at our grand opening or 6, but we have had just an outpouring of support for everything we're doing. I'm happy to say that we have assembled literally a world-class team of food and beverage people, designers, investors, developers who are committed to taking the building to the next level so that it is around for the next 100 years. And frankly, we can't do that with this noise bylaw. We can't do what we believe is very important to the community with this bylaw the way it is. Our business plan is predicated partly on, being able to sell a $100,000 wedding. I can't tell a bride she needs to turn the music off at 11 p.m. If council would like to support us in everything we're doing, support the Bala Bay Inn, support the community's wishes, we need to, at the least, be listed along with the key in this schedule that gives us a little more leeway in what we're able to do. And that would be, frankly, more in alignment with what I believe the public's expectations are from us in the community. Being 300 yards from the key, it's, also frankly illogical that there would be different hours. If there's noise in one spot, there's going to be noise in the other. There isn't an awful lot of noise. But like I said, this is a business plan that's been running for 117 years, and we're looking to make it run the next 100, and we need your support for that. We have other hospitality businesses in the area, the Clear Lake Brewing Company, the Muskoka Beer Spa. I have zero issue with the bylaw and not being included on that schedule on those properties. There are 1,000 people in Torrance who love what we're doing down there for every one that doesn't. But out of respect for the one that doesn't, we are the new kid on the block.
Mr. Knight, you are coming up to your 5 minutes.
Okay, just so I acknowledge that. I think that's a different story. I have respect for those people, but in Bala, yeah, at the least, I think we need to be listed with the key, and I hope and I think Mike will speak to maybe the hours that are being talked about in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Knight. Do we have anybody else online who would like to speak? How many more? Thank you. Good morning.
Hello, good morning, guys. Sorry, I apologize. I'd intended to be there in the flesh, but video will have to do today.
All right, if you can start with your name, address, and you have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. My name's Mike Strong, 2195 Highway 169 in Gravenhurst, P1P 1R2. I'll keep it relatively brief here, but generally echoing Greg's remarks around the bylaw and effectively the carve-outs for some of the midweek restrictions that are being proposed. A little bit about myself. I've owned and operated the Key for 15 years. It's come a long way over that time. Resident and cottager for 20 plus years. So certainly an appreciation for the community and our surroundings and those folks that live near and dear the Key. At one point, I'm sure it was an attraction for many people in the region. You know, we do drive quite a bit of the economy locally there. Certainly supporting Greg and what he does and some of the local small businesses as people stay and come in and out for the various concerts through the year. I guess primarily the issue we see here is, you know, we do want to be mindful of the neighbors and the neighborhood and the noise. But the way it works with the Key, I mean, most of our business is concentrated on the weekends, and those time parameters really won't be too prohibitive. They are a little more stringent than what AGCO has mandated and regulates, which was many years ago a public process and is enforced weekly. You know, we see our AGCO officers almost more than I see my family. So it's certainly not a gray zone that we're operating within, and it's very well policed. But I guess my concerns are with those restraints and our operations with the 11 p.m. curfew effectively, it is really going to hinder some of our potential business opportunity. I mean, Greg mentioned weddings. You know, for us midweek, it's not so much the weddings, but that is our chance to really attract some of this international talent. Just being, you know, within the musical economy, we are lower on the totem pole, and often we are, you know, a stop in between two major shows for some of these international acts. So, you know, once upon a time, the Tragically Hip had to play midweek, and it would just be a shame if going forward we were, you know, having to forego some of those opportunities, bearing in mind the conditions of the bylaws. So I think in summary, we're hoping that we can get some relief and potential exemption for some of that midweek activity. And if that's not the case, perhaps there's a straight line path to future, you know, event-based exemptions where we can apply quickly and see some resolve with a, you know, later time. So I guess that's my 2 cents on the topic. You know, certainly the Key has been near and dear to many people over the years, and it's a pillar in the community, and we're investing heavily in it, continuing to improve it. She's an old girl, and it takes a lot of time and energy to keep her standing tall. So we just look to see some support from council here and hope that we can find some sort of common ground and continue to operate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Strong. One more time, is there anybody online? Good. All right. Committee, we're going to take a 15-minute break and we'll be back at 1:45. At that time, the clerk and I are going to work out what items we are going to open up. I just remind committee that I don't think we want to have a huge fun. We don't want to debate these things. These are just, are they going to be in the draft we're putting out for public opinion? It is not our final decision, but that's what we will discuss when we come back. Could everybody take their seats, please? Okay, thank you very much. So the next segment here, I think I was probably getting a little too far out over our skis here. I'm going to ask Director Pink to outline our procedure dealing with this at the moment, the noise bylaw at the moment. We are here mainly to listen, committee, and we've been doing that. We'll give you a chance to ask any of the participants questions. But Director Pink, if you could just outline what we are trying to accomplish here today.
Thank you, Chair. I think you did touch on the main points. We are here to listen. Today is the public meeting to hear the community's feedback on the draft noise bylaw. And I think we received a lot of excellent input and comments. Staff was listening, taking notes. And the recommendation before you is that staff report back to Planning Committee on all the feedback we received and recommendations. So there's no requirement for council to debate or make decisions on any changes at this time. I think it's an opportunity to ask the delegates any questions should you wish, and staff certainly happy to receive any initial thoughts or input if you had, but no requirement to debate or come to final decisions. Staff will report back on what we've heard, and then we'll have a fulsome discussion on any necessary changes to the bylaw at that time. Hope that helps clarify the process.
Committee, do we have any questions that we would like to ask our delegates today? Councillor Roberts.
Not so much the delegates. If I could get an answer from CEO Pink on a question, I probably wouldn't have any questions for the delegates.
Very well.
Okay. Mr. Pink, in previous public forums, when the public has come forward, and today it was very respectful and very, very informative, and it helped me out a lot. Will we produce a chart listing all the salient points that the delegates made and staff's opinion or support or on those points?
Director Pink or CEO Pink?
Thank you, through you. Yes, correct. And I think that's the recommendation of the staff report essentially before you, is that staff report back on what you've heard and staff's opinion and an updated draft bylaw on what we've heard today.
Councillor Zavis.
Thank you, and through you. To both of the last delegates, Key to Bala and Balabayan, I wonder if we could, are they still both here? Because the question would be clarity of their ask. They were present here today. We heard them clearly. What very specifically, though, is their ask? I didn't actually hear an ask. I heard the word, I think, compromise and whatever else, but I'm not sure what they're really asking.
Are they still online? Or do we? All right.
One of them could.
Maybe, well, let's get Mr. Knight first.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Knight?
Mr. Chair. We participated a few times through the spring or winter and spring speaking to staff about this. I'm not sure our comments have made it to committee, but our ask was to abide by the AGCO permitted times for the exemption for closing time. And there are reasons for that. One being, the AGCO sets times that they think are of provincial interest. So it's typically 2 a.m. New Year's maybe later. A Game 7 of a World Series maybe later. There's probably some extensions with respect to the FIFA things going on. I don't know. But that sort of thing. And that allows the times to reflect community interests generally. It also allows for AGCO inspectors to enforce these bylaws. So that is our ask, and that be the exemption for 7 days a week. We did discuss the sensitivity to some people being later than that and that being a concern, and we did kick around Mike and I won't speak for Mike, but think we kicked around, sure, maybe 1 AM is palatable. Certainly needs to be 7 nights a week. We have 67 days to make money. The bylaw allows us to, gives us till 11 o'clock on 37 of them. That doesn't work. So is that clarity enough?
I think so. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Is
sir.
Mr. Strong on still? Very good.
Yes, still here. Thank you, guys. Yeah, again, echoing Greg's notes there. The AGCO process is quite a lengthy and detailed application process for licensed establishments. It's well enforced. It is the provincial standard for those times of operation. We'd really appreciate no further restriction beyond what the province has set for our hours of operation and our days of operation. It is a short season. And when Greg and I and some of the other operators had met with the bylaw committee, we had a small little committee that was put together over the winter to discuss some of these concerns. Generally, all the tourism operators were pretty in line in how significant of a change this is to a lot of our operation. The seasons are short, 30 minutes here or there, an hour here or there. It does move the needle, and I guess we're really just hoping to maintain those standards and availability of operation for the businesses.
Councillor Zavis, one.
Thank you. Supplemental, and to you, Mike. I guess very specifically, the current draft bylaw that's in front of us right now that we're discussing today, you're saying doesn't work for you. You have preferences otherwise, which would be to roll it back to where it was, as opposed to some of the days shutting down at 11. Is that where part of this is,
Mr. Strong?
Yeah, I mean, like I kind of alluded to earlier, we don't operate, we're an event-based business. So, we do have some foresight and runway on when we are open and not. But it really does restrict us. That the 1 AM curfew may work most of the time, but it may not work all the time. And I think for other operators who are open 7 days a week and run for that full summer season, it's just not fair to restrict them in that way.
Supplemental, thank you, Chair, if I may. So, Mike, I wonder if you could share what else it is you've done as the key to mitigate some of the concerns of the community.
Yeah, good question. I mean, 15 years ago, it was a roadhouse in Bala in general. A lot has changed through cooperation with OPP and AGCO and the community. I mean, we have a robust security plan. Our security walk the street. Constantly, we have paid duty police enforcement, which comes and goes with their availability, but we do try everything we can to maintain order for our neighbors and the immediate community. And just last year, I mean, we had no foresight of this mandate coming or direction from council on the adjustment of hours, but we actually moved all of our showtimes up by an hour. So, operations generally do cease an hour earlier now. So it's not like we're running till 2 AM all the time. There are a few nights of the year that run till 2 AM and maintain the provincial standard, or sorry, just shy of 2 AM. But yeah, generally all the shows and all the activity are now happening an hour earlier. At 8 AM is when our nights begin.
Committee, any other questions for the delegates? Councillor Edwards.
Yes, I'd like to ask the delegate, because later on this comes up in our meeting. I didn't want him to leave. I received an email from, I believe it's Mr. White. And he had sent something in a lion's roar is 120 decimals. and it can be heard up to 10 miles away. Where did you get that information, sir?
I'm sorry, we're gonna get
Oh, come up. You have to come up to the mic. Sorry.
No.
You get a minute.
Have I been fed the right piece of paper? There we go. All right, I drew on 3 sources, sir. Chair, through you, if I may. Lion's roar specifically is 114 to 116 decibels measured at 1 meter. And it can be heard 8 kilometers away, right across the African savannah. That's what a lion's roar is designed to do. It's to draw attention to itself, demonstrate territorial dominance, etc. Sources that I drew upon, a Californian-based advocacy group and wildlife sanctuary specializing in lions, tigers, and bears. They state exactly that. It is 114 to 116 decibels. If you want to go beyond that, you can draw on, well, being English, I reached for the British Broadcasting Corporation. I should have gone to the CBC, not the BBC. Nevertheless, they too support the 114 to 116 decibel level. Taking a random scientific website noted as Biological Insights. And they come up with exactly the same number. If you hit a standard request, AI will give you the number 114 to 116 decibels. It seems to be the standard number that is registered right the way across the scientific community. That being the case, that is where we drew that number from. If you wish for the websites, I'll make them available to you, and you can have a look at them at your leisure, sir.
No, that's fine. No, it was just saying, I'm just looking at the notes I have here from the next presentation. The noise at the neighbors reached about 60 to 70. At the gate, it reached 90 decibels. So this would be at a distance then going down from the actual.
Well, noise does degrade over distance. We all know that, but the peace and tranquility of rural Muskoka is a little bit like, I suppose, the African savannah in that the quietness facilitates the traveling of noise. But I have to remind you, sir, that the township staff have also told you that they cannot vouch for the veracity of that particular document presented to you.
Mr. Wright, if let's just, so we know the sources, and I think you were made it clear that those decibel readings were at 1 meter away from the line. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's where that comes from. But if you did look at the sources that you allude to, which is in your pack, Chairman, you will see that some of those noises spike at over 90 decibels.
Yeah, we'll be getting to that in the
I'm sure,
application.
but just to round that up, I guess my point is that the sanctuary confirms that 90 decibels, that's a chainsaw, a loud lawnmower.
All right. Thank you very much.
Does that help?
Yes,
Okay,
it
thank
does.
you very much.
Committee, any other questions? All right.
One of the things that hasn't been taken.
If you could, we need your name and.
Okay,
and,
Hap Wilson, I live on 1141 Crawford Street, across from the sanctuary property. One of the things that hasn't been taken into consideration is the fact that the lions were put into sea cans. If you look at the purpose of a speaker for a stereo system amplifies the sound. And with the doors open on a sea can, you've got lions inside and the decibel level has not been monitored, but you can imagine the increase in the level of the lion's decibel level would be increased inside the sea can, actually with the door open, pointing directly at a neighbor's house. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
Okay, thank you. Committee, do we have any other questions from our delegates? All right, let me read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Kent, seconded by Councillor Mazan. Be it resolved that public comments be received on the draft noise bylaw and staff be directed to report back to Planning Committee after considering all of the public feedback received with an updated draft bylaw for consideration. Committee, do we have any debate on this? And I call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. That carries. All right. Our next item on the agenda is we are into amendment and consent applications. The first one is B36/24 ML and the ZBA 43/24. And this is 2743 Muskoka Road. And Ms. Crowder is going to talk to us. Muskoka Road 118, I should add.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth, and good morning, members of committee. The first applications to be heard today are concurrent consent application B36/24 ML and zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 43/24 in the name of Wise. The subject lands are known municipally as 2743 Muskoka Road 118 West and 2755 Muskoka Road 118 West, unit number 36. Next slide, please. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted consent sketch on page 83 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the submitted consent application is to create one new lot with frontage on Muskoka District Road 118 West. I would further direct committee's attention to page 84 of the agenda for the zoning sketch. The purpose and effect of the submitted zoning sketch or zoning bylaw amendment is to rezone the proposed severed lot from open space private OS2 to rural residential area 3 RU1-S and environmental protection to facilitate future residential development. Next slide, please. The purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment is also to implement the recommendations of the scoped environmental impact study prepared by Beacon Environmental and dated November 13th, 2025. The applications also seek to rezone part of the retained lot from open space private OS2 to waterfront residential no constraints WR1. Next slide, please. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 30 days in advance of this meeting, and 5 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, and Chriselle Story, the Township's Land and Agreements Coordinator, both stating no objection to the applications. Comments were received from Matt Veach, Development and Transportation Engineering Coordinator, stating no objection to the application, but stating that civic addressing changes may be required, and if required, address changes should be completed at no cost to the Township and to the satisfaction of the Township's Operational Services Department. Comments were received from Sarah Campbell, Planner for the District of Muskoka, stating that they would not be opposed to the applications provided that Township staff are satisfied that the consent application conforms to the technical severance policies of the Township of Muskoka Lakes official plan, and that the appropriate development control techniques are used to implement the recommendations of the scoped environmental impact study completed by Beacon Environmental dated November 13th, 2025. The comments recommend that 2 conditions be included regarding the location of wells and an entrance permit for access to the district road. Lastly, comments were received from Hydro 1 stating no objection to the applications. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff recommend that consent application B36/24 ML be approved, subject to standard conditions of consent, that a consent agreement be entered into to implement the recommendations of the scoped EIS, and that zoning relief be approved to regulate the residential uses on the enlarged waterfront lot, and to implement the recommendations pertaining to the protection of the wetland feature and its buffer area made within the scoped environmental impact study. Staff recommend that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 43/24 be approved in part as it relates to the rezoning of the retained lot from open space private OS2 to waterfront residential no constraints WR1, rezoning of the severed lot in part from open space private OS2 to environmental protection EP1, exemptions A and B for the severed lot with respect to frontage requirements on district roads, and exemption C being the minimum lot area of the retained lot, subject to the recommended revision to the draft bylaw. Lastly, staff recommend that the proposed rezoning of the severed lot from open space private OS2 to rural area 1 RU3, and that exemption D to permit a driveway as a permitted use in the environmental protection EP1 zone be denied. Staff have no further comments at this time and are happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ledger, I believe you are the applicant's agent.
I am.
Welcome.
Good morning, Chair.
We know your name and give us your address as well. And
Sure.
as you know.
And staff, good morning. Terry Ledger, I'm agent for the applicant. The applicants are also here in attendance today, 167 Medora Street, Port Carling, P0B1J0. And thank you, Ms. Crowder, for your report. I am in agreement with almost all of it, except for our request to rezone you can see the proposed building envelope area, which is where we want to build a new year-round home. So I think the RU3 was a mistake. We're asking for RU1-S. Yeah, it was in your report RU3. I think that's agricultural. Anyway, so the exemptions that we would like are to rezone to RU1-S, the scenic route. Of course, the new EP1 area would bring us back behind that 100-foot scenic route anyway. And the driveway, the entrance permit has been issued. There is an entrance there and we do have a civic address. The remainder of that driveway would be on an existing trail that runs through, but because we're adding this EP1 outside of the protected area, it now runs through an EP1 area. But Beacon Environmental also concluded that dwelling unit and the driveway would, in their opinion, conform to the OP and the district OP. And their recommendation was to permit it. And I know this is usually a question of a single tier development at waterfront. And because part of this lot at the road, and this is on 118, a major transit route transportation route, that this, because part of it's waterfront, it would be considered waterfront and therefore should only be a single tier development. However, the OP does allow us to call it not waterfront and go back to rural when it does not physically, visually, or functionally relate, although it's within that 500 feet. So there is, and if we can go to my next slide, please. So I use the mapping from the district, which shows some heights. So you can sort of see this is from the roadway from 118 through to the waterfront area. So you can see that there's a hill in the middle, and the green lines are actually the trees. So there's a nice buffer between the roadway and the water, especially in the summer, which is when the waterfront activity is. So the proposed building would be just in front of that tree line on the lower end towards the road. So you can see that that is a physical natural buffer between the rural, what we would like to see is the rural property for a home, and the lakefront property. Functionally, the entrance exists, so you can enter the property through from 118. So Hutton Road is what goes around. It's a right of way, not necessarily a road, which is why we have this issue. And visually, if we can go to the next slide, please. I just wanted to show you the top photo shows the view from the road. So you can't see the lake, then you can see the top of that hill and where the trees are. And I've done a sort of little green shaded area where the proposed dwelling would go. And then the bottom photo shows I've shown the arrows what direction it's looking at. So that area of the red is the corner of, you can see how close that dwelling is to the side lot. So we've tried to keep it as low as possible on the site. So I think that we can we can say that it does meet this official plan requirement, and therefore we can allow it to become or be thought of as a real property. So that gives you that leeway to be able to make a decision so that we can build another year-round home on 118, which would be fantastic. So I'm here for any questions, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ledger. Do we have anybody in the room or online who would like to speak in favor of this application? Anybody wishing to speak against this application? Committee, over to you for questions. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Ms. Crowder. The request was made that they believe that they're okay and it complies to the OP. Could you remind us what the justification was for the denial?
Ms. Crowder.
Thank you, through you, Chair, to Councillor Roberts. Yes, so in this case, there's a bit of a history to the property. There used to be 2 existing properties from this parcel of land. And at some point, the parcels merged to become one lot. The previous existing configuration of lots was one large parcel, which fronted on District Road 118, and one quite small parcel that fronted on the water body. The township's official plan contains policy that permits what's called a technical severance, which is where lots previously existed and then inadvertently merged on title, and you're looking to recreate those lots. This application before us today, it doesn't look exactly to recreate those lots that existed because the lot configuration is changing. So the waterfront lot is essentially getting larger in size than what it used to be. And the lot abutting District Road 118 is getting somewhat smaller. The reason that staff are unable to support the proposed portion of the application is not due to trying to create these lots. It's due to the proposed rezoning of the lot that abuts District Road 118. So District Road 118 is a District Class A roadway. And currently and historically, this portion of the property has been zoned open space private. So the open space zone permits a limited number of uses, as you all know, such as open space recreation, agriculture, that type of thing. And what the applicant's looking to do today is to rezone it to a residential use. So the use is proposing to change here. And the township's official plan states that where a lot is being created to be zoned rural, which is the case here, you must have at least 492 feet of frontage on a district road. The proposal before you today looks to have 226 feet of frontage on the district roadway. Further, the official plan standard is 4.9 acres, and the lot that they're looking to create today is 3.75 acres. So the proposed lot is deficient both in frontage and acreage. And staff determined that the extent to which it's deficient doesn't conform to the official plan, and therefore staff are unable to support the application as currently presented with respect to those components.
Councillor Roberts, did that answer your question?
No, yes, thank you very much. That's very clear.
Councillor Mazin.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that clarification as well from staff. I think I just needed some clarification. I was trying to follow as the applicant's agent was speaking. I think I heard that there was a mistake, and I just need clarification between what is an RU1S versus RU3. Is that what I heard correctly? I'm not sure if staff can help me out with that, or.
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair. Thank you. And I thank you to the agent for bringing this up. That is an error in the staff report. The correct zone that they have applied for is Rural Area 3, which is an RU1-S zone. So the ones in the threes got mixed up in this case. We have notified the clerk that any resolution would need to reflect the appropriate zone should committee go that direction. So it is a rural RU1-3 zone, which is the standard rural zone.
Councillor Mazin.
Thank you. Just a quick supplemental. Does that have an impact at all onto this application, or is that just like an administrative error? Like there's nothing significant out of that?
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair. All of the analysis in the report is on the basis of an RU1 zone, which is the correct zone. So
Okay.
all of the analysis in the report is correct. It was just a technical error with the numbers.
Okay, thank you. That's my first question. My second question is there is a discussion about how this is a right of way versus a road, and that's why this is that's part of the issue with this application. I just wanted clarification. I'm not sure again if it's staff who can help with that or if the applicant's agent. I was just having a hard time following that particular question or comment.
Ms. Walker. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Mazan. In this case, there is a road that bisects, well, I use the term road loosely, that bisects the waterfront portion of this property and the backlot portion. However, it is a right of way. So it's not a public or township owned road. And in fact, I don't believe it's a private road. It's simply a right of way. That is important in the distinction that this is not a waterfront backlot parcel. In order to have a waterfront backlot parcel, you must have a public maintained roadway bisecting the lots. So that's important in this context when it comes to the policy that speaks to two-tier development, because the township's official plan does not permit two-tier development, which would be two lots directly abutting each other, not separated by a public year-round road, within the waterfront area designation. As the applicant's agent was stating, there's some debate on whether the backlot portion is really considered to be in the waterfront area designation. My professional opinion would be that it's mostly not. The portion that abuts 118 largely functions rurally. You can't see the lake from there. So that policy isn't so much staff's concern. Staff's concern is the frontage and the size of the proposed lot.
Councillor Mazin.
Thank you. And I think you just answered this, but my third question had to do with the notion of this two-tier development and just sometimes the uniqueness of a property or a character of an area. And the intention, I believe, of the two-tiered is to ensure that from the water side, that there isn't this two-tiered level of development. But the uniqueness of this, I think you just explained to me. You're actually suggesting that it's actually considered more of a rural property, but the limitations of this property in that context is why it can't be supported. Is that correct?
Crowder.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Mazan. Yes, I think you summarized my thoughts exactly. It's not, in my professional opinion, I wouldn't consider that portion, the entirety of this property, to be in the waterfront area designation. You hear the 500 meter distance quite often for the waterfront area designation, but there are other factors, and the official plan allows for us to consider those other factors. And the whole two-tier development is to prevent exactly what you said, being on the water, looking up at often sloped lands and seeing multiple developments lined up behind each other. Not the case here. The reason that staff are unable to support the rezoning is because of the circumstances around the lot frontage and lot area.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. My questions would be through you to Ms. Ledger. Could you come forward, please? I mostly have to task your brain from I recall in the early 2000s that we actually had a different measurement of what we were using for rural properties on the highways. And I'm not sure when these changes happened. But from your involvement with the housing task force, and our conversations with other municipalities, they are actually making it easier to build off the highways, are they not?
Correct.
Or can you describe that a little bit to me?
Well,
Because some of the things are not coming clear.
Ms. Ledger?
That's a big question, but yes, and that's coming down from the province, and especially on routes on, I mistakenly said transit, but of course in Toronto, that transit for sure, they're allowing more density. So, I mean, you can apply that to, these are the areas, where people want to live because it makes access to work, employment and other things easier. And if you look in this area, especially between Milford Bay and Port Carling, you see a lot of these lots already existed. And then at some point we said, okay, wait a second, we don't want the town spreading out in all these, little tiny lots all the way from one end to the other. So what do we do? So that's, and they changed it to make it, more, and the district roads especially, because we've in the township, as you know, you've made that a little easier for people to create lots, right, with less frontage. But district roads are difficult because they want this huge frontage. However, I would say on this lot, it already exists. They've issued an entrance permit. So the frontage is probably less of an issue. It's still a big lot, obviously. It's not 5 acres or just under, it's, almost 4. So it's close, it's in character with the rest of the lots in that area. So I think, it makes sense, and we can, add another home. I think that's fantastic. And it's in where I would consider desirable, especially given that size. We're not asking for a 50-foot lot. It's I think it's reasonable. It exists. It has an entrance.
Councilor Nishikawa?
I had thought when the staff had read remarks from the district that the district had no problem with this application.
Ms. Walker,
correct it or
or
not?
Ms. Carter, can you confirm that?
Through you, Chair, to Councilor Nishikawa, the district's comments were, provided township staff are satisfied that the proposal meets the technical severance policies and that development techniques are utilized to implement the recommendations of the EIS, then they would have no concerns. We reached out to the lawyer involved to receive confirmation that this is in fact a technical severance. Because in order to be a technical severance, the lots have to have merged inadvertently and they have to be of very similar extent and location, like frontage and area as previously existing. I'm not fully satisfied to date that this meets that. We have not received back from the lawyer that when the merger occurred and that it was inadvertent. So the district's comments are a little bit tricky in this case because they said they're not concerned provided staff aren't concerned with the technical severance comments, but I'm not fully satisfied that this meets the technical severance comments to date. So it's a bit tricky.
I didn't know. Okay.
Ms. Crowder, I thought I heard that you said it was a technical severance?
Through you, Chair. No, I'm not satisfied that this is a technical severance right now. We have received correspondence from a lawyer confirming that the lots merged. We responded back asking when and was it intentional or was it not, and we haven't heard back. So in order for it to meet the technical severance policies of the official plan, we need to know those details. And we also, we kind of looked at it as these lots previously existed and the lot addition or the proposed application before us looks to enlarge the waterfront lot, which is an improvement. It's proposing to become about 3 times as large as it previously was. And if the back lot is OS2, there is no frontage and size requirement for an OS2 lot. So provided the OS2 lot remains OS2, we're not concerned with the proposed lot configuration. It's the rezoning that would really come into play here, as far as,
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you. Ms. Crowder, hate to pick on you, but I'm trying to follow one thing. You said you asked the lawyer for information. What would you have needed? What do you need to hear from that lawyer to confirm that it is a technical severance?
through you, Chair, to Mayor Kelly, we would need to know when the lots merged and whether that was an intentional action. Was it that often what happens is if somebody is on title and unfortunately they pass away, lots previously used to merge, often unintentionally. It's different though, however, if you went in and actively removed someone from the title for the intent of merging them. But I do want to caution, I don't want to get too far into the technical severance component of this all because it's really not staff's problem. Like that's not our concern. Our concern is the rezoning and taking this lot from an OS2 lot that's been historically OS2, rezoning it to a rural standard that the official plan does not support in the absence as well of an official plan amendment. There is no official plan amendment in front of us today. So for staff to even contemplate the applications, that would also be necessary.
Councillor Edwards.
Yes, wonder if the agent could answer this. When were these lots created originally?
If you could come up, Miss, who's going to answer this? Miss Litter? All right. If you just tell us your name.
Sorry, Kevin Wise, 2755 Muskoka Road.
Thank you.
36. The cottage lot was originally created in 1957. And the field lot off 118 was severed in 1987 from my great uncle and gave it to my uncle. So that answer your question, or?
At that time, was it a building lot is what I'm asking, because like we've changed things. When was this open space created? Was that like after these lots were created?
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair. If memory, yeah, I looked into this. I looked at the previous 2014-14 schedules and the 87-87 schedules. And it had been OS2 since as far back as we could see on those maps. To go further back, you'd have to open up the ward bylaws, and we didn't go that far back to look at that OS2 portion.
And that, yeah, I think it's very, very difficult because if it was a building lot when they originally purchased it, it should be almost grandfathered in if with the intent. I'm just wondering if the applicants would like to get this deferred so they can bring it back and clear some of this up.
Ms. Crowder?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Just to address, hopefully, Councillor Edwards' comment. If the application before us today were to recreate the lot that previously existed, then the questions that I had mentioned previously about the lawyer and getting that information would come into play here. However, it wouldn't address staff's concern, which is the rezoning of the property. So I just wanted to caution that if it is deferred for that information, staff will still have that concern.
Okay, my next question then is if they ask for the original lot line and that and get the two lots back in separate names or ownership at that time, and then could they then ask for a severance at some point, an add-on, so you're not creating a lot.
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair. A technical severance is still a lot creation. So you're still, if you were creating those previous lots, you're still creating a lot. That's not staff's concern, because if you were creating the lot, it would still be OS2. OS2 has no frontage or area requirements. That wouldn't be the problem from staff's perspective. What is the issue is when you then take that lot and rezone it, you're now subject to different standards in the official plan, being 492 feet, 4.9 acres in size, which this lot would not meet.
Committee, do we have any other questions? Otherwise, I'm going to read the resolution so we can discuss this fully. Moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that consent application B36/24ML be approved subject to the following conditions. The consent application B26/24ML be approved subject to the following conditions. 1, that a satisfactory consent agreement under section 51(26) of the Planning Act be entered into the township and registered on title of the severed lot of consent application B36/24ML and contains provisions to the satisfaction of the township that includes, but not limited to, A, the implementation of all recommendations pertaining to protection of the wetland feature and its buffer area made within the scoped environmental impact study prepared by Beacon Environmental Limited and dated November the 13th, 2025, pertaining to the protection of the wetland feature and its buffer area. 2, that the certificate of consent under section 53(42) of the Planning Act, along with the transfer in preparation, be prepared by a solicitor and shall be given to the Secretary Treasurer within 2 years from the date of the notice of the decision was given. 3, that one hard copy of a digital copy of a satisfactory registered reference plan of the severed lands / rights of way / easements prepared by an Ontario Land Survey be submitted to the Secretary Treasurer, which corresponds with the applications as submitted. A draft copy of the reference plan should be provided to the Secretary Treasurer for review and approval prior to the registration on title. 4, the confirmation received that the township is satisfied that the retained and severed lots are satisfactory for on-site sewage disposal and that any problems identified with any existing sewage systems be corrected to the satisfaction of the township. And 5, that zoning relief be approved to regulate the residential use of the enlarged waterfront lot and to implement the recommendations pertaining to the protection of the wetland feature and its buffer area made within the scoped environmental impact study prepared by Beacon Environmental Limited and dated November the 13th, 2025. Committee, what discussion do we have? Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. This is exactly what Muskoka Lake should be looking at to create housing in our township. I don't believe that this was, it could be used for bigger high-end home. I don't believe that that would be the use. That, quite frankly, this would be that employee that somebody can't hire because they don't have housing in our township. The frontage does not concern me at all. It's already established. The entrance has already been established. I think we've already taken into consideration all of the other policies of the 100-foot policy, all of those other things that we normally would look at when severing off of the district road. The frontage is, again, we used to have it much smaller, I would just say. And this really concerned me. It concerned me when the changes were starting to be made. And I realized that it was waterfront. There was a lot of concern from quite frankly, the MLA, and they didn't consider that employees need to live in the township of Muskoka Lakes. This is the perfect scenario, and we should find a way to make this work. And I don't believe that trying to come up with a different frontage, I think the existing frontage that was presented in this package is the way that we should be going. And in fact, we should be looking at making more provisions to be more available for more housing in our township. And most of them are going to come off of district roads.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. Through to Ms. Crowder. Picking up on Councillor Nishikawa's point, in order to make this work, we would have to make a change to the official plan. Is that correct?
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Roberts, you read my mind. Yeah, there's been a couple applications now that have come before our committee, and we've heard this desire to make these kinds of applications happen. Staff will be coming to you again and again with reports to deny these applications because that's what the official plan says. So if this council committee wants to see rural lot creation with lesser frontages, the official plan needs to be amended to do so. And if you wanted to do these one-off situations, an official plan amendment should be submitted for the site-specific application. Otherwise, you know, staff are concerned with the precedent setting of
Yes.
it.
Follow, okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Councillor Roberts.
So it would path forward. We could ask the applicant if they would wish to proceed down that avenue. Is that correct?
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Roberts, the applicant could submit an official plan amendment to permit this site-specific approval. It would be evaluated against the township's policies and staff would come forward with a recommendation, but that would be the more appropriate avenue as far as applications are concerned. If this council wants to see a greater change, we'd be looking at amending the official plan itself.
Okay.
Ms. Crowder, just a quick question. Does the district have minimum frontage requirements on their roads?
Through you, Chair. Yes, they do. They have minimum frontages for Class A, B, and C district roads, and those requirements are implemented in our zoning bylaw.
So does that mean we would have to get an amendment to the district official plan as well?
Through you, Chair. Any potential amendment to our official plan has to be approved by the district. So the district would be looking at what their requirements are and whether or not they can support an amendment to our official plan. If the district's official plan, I don't know this off the top of my head, so I apologize, but if the district's official plan specifies that Class A district roads must have 492 feet of frontage, then yes, you would need an amendment to the district's official plan, in my opinion. Then again, I am not a district employee, so we really should get that from district planning staff.
Councillor Edwards.
This lot already has an entrance permit, so at some point it was approved, was it not?
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair. Yes, I've been told that an entrance permit has been issued, or they've received the email saying that they can have an entrance there. I would just say that they would be evaluating it from the stance of it being an entrance off the district road, not necessarily for residential purposes. So I don't know what kind of entrance permit it is.
Committee, any other debate on this? Councillor Roberts.
Sorry to keep persistent, but I'm wondering if we should ask the applicant if they would prefer to go that route.
Ms. Ledger.
Thank you. And if I may be so bold as to make a suggestion, perhaps as a condition that an OPA be applied for if required. Just a loophole, just in case.
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair. Conditions can be imposed for consents, and the consent staff have recommended be approved. It's the zoning bylaw amendment that's part that we have recommended be denied. You could potentially look at withholding third reading of the bylaw until such time as an official plan amendment be approved by township staff and district staff. And that way the bylaw would have two readings. And in order to get the bylaw fully passed, they would have to fulfill that. If that council could do that if they wished.
And we would have to change the language in the amendment to the zoning bylaw. Committee, I need a sense of which direction we feel. I don't want to call these questions without getting a sense about which way it's going and finding it's a surprise. I don't like asking for straw votes on what's our intention, but are we ready? We can vote on the severance. That's not really what we're talking about. So I think it's safe to do that, is it? Okay, so I'm being told that if we want to consider allowing this residential use, we have to change both resolutions. So I need a sense about whether we want to allow this residential zoning or not, because I don't want to have an unknown solution here. So any comments from committee, Your Worship?
Thank you. And through you, this is a really tough one because I chair the housing task force for the district. I want to find every opportunity to grow the housing stock. What I don't like about this scenario, it's not the first time where housing gets run up a flagpole as a way to get through something that, the official plan prohibits. If we're going to be serious about this and be serious about development on rural lots, we need to go back and amend the official plan and get it done once and for all. Go through the public process of consultation, go through the, make sure we know what we're buying into instead of this piecemeal thing where we're constantly making compromise, constantly setting precedent. Let's do it once, do it right. It's not going to happen in a hurry, but we've got to, I just don't like this sense that we can ignore the rules when it feels like it and not ignore the rules other times. Enforce the rules and leave a trail for people to come in and make application and use this file as a precedent for something they want done. Now, if there's a way, I'm not sure what the withholding third reading does, that allows us to true up and get an official plan amendment on board, or what do we buy with the time that we would say that we would protect by withholding third reading?
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, to Mayor Kelly. The concept of withholding third for this official plan amendment would be specific to this property, but it wouldn't, it would be different than if it was a zoning bylaw amendment that you approved in the sense of precedence, because this would be an amendment from the township's official plan. So it's saying, despite these policies in this specific situation, this council was okay with this. I would say that it has to be approved by district as well. But the concept that you're referring to of amending the official plan in its entirety, it really probably wouldn't be appropriate to withhold third reading of this site-specific application to do that, because that could go on for quite some time.
So I think it's fair to say, Ms. Crowder, that if this committee thinks that they would like to allow the requested zoning, that we could change these to reflect that and just say that the third reading be withheld until we have amended the official plan. And to amend the official plan, does it have to come back through planning and council?
Through you, Chair. An official plan amendment for this specific application and this specific property would come before this planning committee and this council. So you could go the route of withholding third reading if this group did want to see that happen, for an official plan amendment to be approved not only at township level, but also at district level. That would take a little bit of time, but that would be the avenue.
And there is some risk that the district could say no.
Through you, yes. However, their comments on this application were we do not support the application. They kind of said, if township are okay, we're okay.
Councillor Edwards.
Yeah, I just remember with the district that Huntsville wanted to go down to 0.4 hectares, which is a 1 acre lot. They went to 1 hectare, which is 2.5 acres. And they're approving 2.5 acres, and this is 3.7, I believe. So it would go into what the district are looking at this point, and that they have an entrance permit. It would create housing, and if we can pass this and hold third reading and get a legal opinion on it, because we are looking for housing, and we keep turning everything down as a housing. What do we do? Thank you.
Committee, just bear with me for a second. Committee, procedurally, we're going to do the following. We're going to do the following. If as our procedure is, if we think if there's two people who want to change this resolution so that we could allow that rezoning, then I need a move and a seconder from the floor, and then we'll have to spend 5 minutes because both of these resolutions, the severance and the zoning needs to be updated, and it's not straightforward. So, Mayor Kelly.
I just want to make sure I understand. We're proposing to vote on approving it as submitted without any application, without.
No, what I'm suggesting is that it sounds to me like the committee is interested in allowing this rezoning to happen. And if we want to do that, right now, we're saying you can't rezone it. You got to leave it OS2. So the issue is, do we want to make it residential? I get a sense that the committee wants to, so that we can if we want to discuss that, I need a resolution so that we can discuss doing that. And then we will modify this and vote on as amended. Sorry, am I not being clear? Councilor Nishikawa. This is what we do all the time. Madam Clerk.
So the resolution that's in front of you right now is for the consent. The consent is for an approval, but not for the building, like not to build on. So if you would like to proceed with the zoning so that they can build on it, the consent that's in front of you now doesn't contain everything that you need in order to do that. So this resolution needs to be changed prior to you then deciding to put forward an amendment to the zoning resolution, which was in the package, which was to deny, if you want to change that to approval. So both need to be changed because this is an approval, but it's not an approval for building lot. It's just an approval for a severance.
Mayor Kelly.
But just again, to be sure, we've spent 10 minutes talking about site-specific application to amend an OP, I think, or to allow the zoning. We're not talking about that now. We're not talking about withholding
We are
third
not,
reading.
we are talking about
Just
about having steps that allow us to approve the zoning change on the condition that we get an individual OP amendment for this property
Oh.
only.
I missed that part, so thank you.
No, it's clearly that's what it was. We are not going, we're not making a recommendation about changing the official plan at the township level wide. We're just doing it for this property. Councillor Kent.
So what we're doing is it's another exception rather than properly going to.
That's
get
exactly
the
right.
OP. And
Exactly right.
I just,
All right.
what's the realistic timeline of getting the OP changed? A year and a half, 2 years?
It's a long time.
3 years.
Depends who comes to the public meeting.
But
Councillor
how many
Walker.
have we had, these have we had already?
Ms. Crowder.
It's a question. How many of these have we had already?
Through you, Chair. Yeah, to Councillor Kent, just answer that question. I can remember, I think, 3 site-specific applications now that we've had come forward where these kind of situations have been contemplated. So, you know, if this is a concept that the council wants to see happen on a regular basis without having to go through these OPAs, the appropriate step would really be to, at a township-wide level, direct staff to begin an official plan amendment to the township's official plan. In this specific case, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Chair, I'm just hoping to bring some clarity. We would amend this resolution because the resolution as read for the consent is written without certain conditions that need to be included to create this for a residential purpose. Right now, the conditions as written would support this maintaining an OS2 zone. So there were certain conditions that district staff said, if you approve this, they need to be included that pertain to like locations of wells in relation to the district road, things like that. Those aren't currently in the resolution as written today. So I believe where we're going here is once this consent resolution was amended to retrofit that, the zoning resolution would also be retrofitted to withhold third reading for site-specific approval of an official plan amendment, both at township level and at district level. I hope that clarifies.
Councillor Nishikawa.
I would be happy to sign whatever or be a seconder or whatever on a resolution just to move this forward. Because I think that we all want housing in our township and this application and others until we get things sorted.
So we have a seconder, do we have a seconder? All right. Let me just confer with the clerk for a moment. Committee, we're going to stop for lunch. This will take, this is a fairly complicated drafting that we need to do because a lot more needs to be enclosed in the severance. So we're going to take lunch break. We'll come back at 1 o'clock and we will go through the process of amending the resolution as read and then having that debate.
Yeah.
Just wait a minute or two till it's actually 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
All right, committee, we're calling this meeting back to order. We left off where we had read a resolution with respect to the Wise property. We have a draft amendment to that resolution that I'm going to read. We will have a discussion on that and a vote and see where it goes. Moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor McIntyre. Be it resolved that the resolution be submitted for the following. That a consent application B 36/24 be approved subject to the following conditions. That a satisfactory consent agreement under section 5126 of the Planning Act be entered into with the township and registered on the site of the severed lot of consent, application B/36/24 ML, and contains provisions to the satisfaction of the township that include but is not limited to A, the implementation of all recommendations pertaining to the protection of the woodland feature and its buffer area made within the scoped environmental impact study prepared by Beacon Environmental Limited and dated November the 13th, 2025, pertaining to the protection of the wetland feature and its buffer area, and B, references the recommendations of the wildfire risk assessment opinion letter prepared by Beacon Environmental dated March 31st, 2026. 2, that the certificate of consent under section 53(42) of the Planning Act, along with a transfer in preparation, be prepared by a solicitor and shall be given to the Secretary Treasurer within 2 years from the date of the notice of the decision was given. That one hard copy of a digital copy of one hard copy and a digital copy of a satisfactory registered reference plan of the severed land / right-of-way / easements prepared by an Ontario land surveyor be submitted to the Secretary Treasurer, which corresponds with the application as submitted. A draft copy of the reference plan shall be provided to the Secretary Treasurer for review and approval prior to the registration on title. The confirmation be received that the township is satisfied that the retained and severed lots are satisfactory for on-site sewage disposal and that any problems identified with any existing sewage systems be corrected to the satisfaction of the township. 5, that the lands be subject to an agreement with the district municipality of Muskoka pursuant to section 51(26) of the Planning Act RSO 1990 as amended respecting the location of wells in relation to the district road. 6, that the applicant obtain written confirmation from the district of Muskoka that an entrance permit can be issued for access onto the district road. And 7, that zoning relief be approved to regulate the residential uses of the enlarged waterfront lot, regulate the residential uses of the severed rural lot, and to implement the recommendations pertaining to the protection of the wildlife features and its buffer area made within the scoped environmental impact study prepared by Beacon Environmental Limited and dated November the 13th, 2025. Committee, do we have any debate on this? Are we ready to call a vote? All those in favor? 1, 2. Any opposed? Okay. So now we approve the main motion as amended or substituted. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Which one do I sign? This one. Right? All right, now the zoning bylaw amendment, we have to read the original one and amend it again because the original one was published. Moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor Kent. Be it resolved, the zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA-43/24 as it relates to the following. Rezoning retained lot (waterfront area) open space private -OS2 to waterfront residential no constraints WR1. rezoning the severed lot bracket rural area open space dash private slash OS2 to environmental protection EP1. Exemptions A and B for the severed lot A, minimum lot frontage on a Class A district road 226, and B, minimum lot frontage of 226 feet and lot area of 3.75 acres respectively. And exemption C for the retained lot, minimum lot area 0.09, be approved subject to the following: that any necessary revisions be made to the bylaw and schedules to reflect the denial of exemption D and the rezoning of severed lot bracket rural area from open space dash private OS2 to rural RU1-S bracket, and that zoning bylaw amend application ZBA 43/24 as it relates to the following: severed lot rural area rezoning open spaces dash OS2 to rural RU1-S, and exemption D for the severed lot driveway as permitted use in permitted, in environmental protection EP1 be denied. Do we have any debate on that before I read the amendment? So the amendment reads, moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor McIntyre. Be it resolved that the resolution be substituted for the following: the zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA-43/24 WISE as it relates to the following: rezoning retained lot bracket waterfront area open space dash private OS2 to waterfront residential no constraints WR1, rezoning severed lot rural area rezoning open space dash private OS2 to rural area 3 RU1-S and environmental protection EP1. Exemption A for the severed lot, a minimum lot frontage on a Class A road, the district road of 226 feet. Exemption B for the severed lot, minimum lot frontage of 226 feet and lot area of 3.75 acres. Exemption C for the retained lot, minimum of lot area of 0.9 acres. Exemption D for the severed lot driveway as a permitted use environmental protection EP1. All those be approved subject to third reading of the bylaw being withheld until such time as the following is completed to the satisfaction of the township: that a site-specific official plan amendment be approved to permit the proposed rezoning of the severed lot in consent application B/36/24 ML from open space dash private OS2 to rural area 3 RU1-S with a deficient frontage and area. Any debate on that? All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Now, the original amendment as the original resolution as amended. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Both of those carry. All right, the next application is B010426 ML, which is Herman Marshall and Grant Stipsitz. Ms. Walker. And I think there's some news on this as part of the supplementary agenda.
Correct.
All right.
Yes. So we'll start with just the presentation, and then I think the agent wants to speak to the application as well. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Chair Bosamworth. The next applications to be heard are consent applications B01, 02, 03, 04, 19, 26, zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 0226 in the name of Herman, Marshall, and Grant Stipsitz. Next slide, please. The subject lands are known municipally as 4454 Muskoka Road 169, Unit 1, 2, and 4. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted consent sketch on page 174 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the proposed consent applications is for 3 lot additions and to grant 2 rights of ways. Next slide, please. The main change that will result from the proposed consent application is the relocation of the development from Lot 3 to result in Lot 2. The zoning bylaw amendment in part proposes to permit the width of the resulting shoreline structures on resultant Lot 2. An updated zoning sketch was received after circulation, which is included in the agenda package and detailed in the staff report. The zoning bylaw amendment also proposes to recognize the resulting lot configurations for resultant 1, 2, and 3. Next slide, please. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 20 days in advance of this meeting, and 4 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, Matt Beach, the Township's Development and Transportation Engineering Coordinator, Rochelle Story, the Township's Lands and Agreements Coordinator, and Sarah Campbell, Planner for the District of Muskoka. These comments were all circulated to committee prior to today's meeting, and no concerns have been raised. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended the consent applications be approved subject to the recommended conditions of consent. Staff have recommended that exemption C be approved subject to the recommended revisions to the zoning bylaw amendment, which are detailed in the staff report. And staff have recommended that exemptions A and B be denied. Staff have received a request from the applicants to defer the application at this time. Staff don't have any concerns with this request and understand that the applicant's agent is here today to speak to the request. I have no further comments, but I'm happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sherbach. Is he in the waiting list? Waiting room? Good morning, Mr. Sorry, good afternoon, Mr. Sherbach. It was a short morning, so.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Stefan Sherbach, Planscape Inc., 104 Kimberley Avenue in Bracebridge, P1L1Z8. Thanks to Ms. Walker for the presentation. I guess just in simple terms, 3 existing lots of record. The applicants are looking to regularize the shorelines and offer some lot addition applications to each of the lots. No new development is proposed with the subject request. We do note that staff have raised one concern as it relates to the shoreline structures and the frontage requirements. In discussions with the applicants, there's 2 separate applicants here, Herman and Marshall and Stipsis. They are respectfully requesting a deferral. Unfortunately, they weren't able to attend today's meeting. Mr. Stipsis is out of country and Mr. Herman is at an appointment. They wanted to work with staff. We would all like to work with staff to resolve this issue and also to address the committee personally at the next meeting. So again, just to keep it simple, we would respectfully request a deferral. Again, just to resolve this one lingering issue with the subject applications. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this point, do we have anybody either in the chamber or online that would like to speak to this application? None and none in the chamber. Committee, do we have any questions at this point? Simple request for a deferral. All right, committee. I'm going to save us some time and not read through this resolution. In fact, I can read both of them, or we can reference both of them. All right, so they were both in the package. I'm not going to read through them because we're going to defer them. So these were what was presented. I'm going to read a resolution to defer it, and then we will. Okay, is everybody all right with that? All right. Moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Burry. Be resolved the consent application B01/02/03/04/19/26 and zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 02/26 be deferred at the applicant's request in order for the applicants to work with township staff to submit a revised proposal. Any discussion on that? All those in favor? Carries.
Thank you.
Our next application is Aspen Valley Wildlife, and this is Mr. Mello.
Thank you, Chair Bosworth. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA-0426 in the name of Aspen Valley Wildlife Sanctuary. Next slide, please. The subject lands are municipally known as 1116 Crawford Street. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan on page 232 and 233 of the agenda package. The subject property is currently developed with buildings, structures, and animal enclosures to support the existing use of the property for a wildlife sanctuary. The purpose and effect of the application is to recognize the existing main use of the property as a wildlife sanctuary and to recognize 6 storage containers and 3 rescue enclosures for the temporary shelter of animals. The application also proposes to increase required setbacks from all lot lines and to deem the subject lots as one lot for planning purposes. Next slide, please. Exemption A is summarized as shown on the screen and proposes to recognize the existing use of the property for a wildlife sanctuary. The applicant's agent has proposed a site-specific definition to capture the existing use of the property. Next slide, please. The remainder of the proposed exemptions are summarized as shown on the screen. This table was included in the circulation materials and provided in the agenda package. Next slide, please. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 23 days in advance of this meeting, and 3 written departmental comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the township's chief building official, Matt Veach, the township's development and transportation engineering coordinator, and Chriselle Story, the township's land and agreements coordinator, have been received and have been circulated to committee prior to today's meeting. Comments have also been received from the Ministry of Energy and Mines. Their comments initially stated that backfilling of the abandoned mine on the property was required prior to rezoning. Revised comments were provided on May 8th following a site visit by ministry staff, indicating that the ministry no longer has any concerns. Comments received from the District Municipality of Muskoka indicate no objection. 3 letters of objection were received from Hap Willison, in addition to letters of objection from Andrea Wilson, Carolyn Pierce, and Steve White. 8 letters of support were received from Anna and Jamie Riddle, Alexander Magditch, Sharon Wiley, Joanne Bush, Juliana Walton, Juliana Magditch, Linda McCarthy, and Tracy Weir. These comments were circulated to committee prior to today's meeting. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff recommend that the application be deferred so that public and agency comments can be received, and that staff be directed to undertake a review and analysis of the submissions with a view to providing a recommendation to Planning Committee. Further, staff recommends that the following be submitted prior to a recommendation report being finalized for consideration by Planning Committee. A satisfactory letter of opinion from a qualified professional which confirms that the locations and functionality of the existing septic sewage systems are compliant with MECP approvals. A satisfactory letter of opinion from a qualified environmental professional that identifies and specifies the locations of existing water courses, and a legal opinion or other satisfactory evidence that confirms the lots have merged in title. That is it. If the committee has any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mello. Mr. Fauner, I believe you were the applicant's agent.
I was hoping to say good morning, but good afternoon.
I think, Stephen, if you could turn your mic on, I think it's off.
There we go. Yeah. Anyways, good afternoon, Chair Bosenworth, members of committee. Stephen Fauner, Northern Vision Planning Limited, 109 Meadow Heights Drive, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L184. I'm here today representing the Aspen Valley Wildlife Sanctuary. Also here is Gord Farfar, and he is the chairman of the board. And Linda Glimpse is also here, and she's the executive director. And they're going to have a few things to say in addition to my comments. First of all, I'd like to thank staff. This, like many applications, has a number of nuances. This one maybe has a few more than others, but and I'm working through with staff to their outstanding concerns, which Emma had outlined at the end there, and we're actually working on every single one of those. So I do have a PowerPoint presentation. I know I've got 5 minutes. I'll have to make it quick. Next slide. I think we know what the proposal is about, what it's doing. Just wanted to show here and comment here with the site plan that the property itself is quite large. This portion of their holdings is over 200 acres, and there's over 3,000 feet of frontage on the road. Next. This just shows a close-up and of where the buildings are and the concentration of buildings. There's over 20 buildings on the property. Next. And in terms of the site itself, this is the view from the road towards the fence that's been erected, high board fence. And to the left of this, it's not very evident in these photos. These were taken in the fall, but there have been tree plantings that have been done, and there will be tree plantings done on the other side of the fence as well. Next. This is looking towards the southwest, and there is a neighbor across the road on the right. I believe that he's in support of the application. Next. Looking the other direction to the northeast. And again, this is from the entrance that's there. Next. And this is the enclosures that have been erected. Next. And this is down the, this would be the west side. You can see how it slopes off. Next. This is to the rear of the enclosures. You can see there is some level ground there. Next. And you can see how this slopes up on the east side. And at least for this portion anyways, it provides somewhat of a natural buffer. Next. And this is inside the fenced enclosure, and there will be some tree plantings done inside this particular area. I'm standing near the chain link enclosure part of it, looking towards the privacy fence. Next. This is the entrance to the wildlife sanctuary, the main entrance. Next. And this is looking from the road. The office is in behind the trees there to the right. Next. And this is a swan enclosure, just an example of an enclosure. Next. And this is the office itself. Next. And this is the barn. This is where things started with Audrey Turney. Next. And another example enclosure. This is for raccoons. Next. And this is a building under construction. It's actually up now. Its building permit was issued for this. This will be a future ICU building for the sanctuary. Next. And this is for raccoons. This is raccoon nursery, and this received a building permit in 2022. Next. And another, this is a moose enclosure, and you can see the moose there. Next. And this is a bear enclosure, and yes, that's a bear there. I didn't realize that till I took the photo. Next. And this is an education center. This received a building permit along with an associated septic system with it. Next. And this is the parking area that's next to it, and the 2 telephone poles in the background, that's where the traveled road is. Next. So in terms of planning analysis, I won't go into the history. It was noted in my planning justification report, but basically the use started in the 1970s and into the 80s, and the wildlife sanctuary was incorporated in 1987. Next. In terms of looking at the operations itself and trying to compare to what's in the zoning bylaw, one of the closest things, similar use, is an agricultural use. And there are some similarities that there are animals on the property. The animals are fed. There are enclosures and that type of thing. However, we don't provide monoculture habitat on this particular property. It's remained pretty much natural. Next. Oh, okay. Let's keep going next. And I wanted to point out here that this application wouldn't be required if it wasn't for the CCAMs. The zoning bylaw does not govern fencing, so they could have built the enclosure without any approvals. Next. Let's go on to the next one. So these are staff concerns, and I think we're addressing those. The gold mine has been addressed. Septic system we're in the process of addressing. Merging of lots, we have from John Hiley that these lots were originally patented together as one lot. So they've already merged actually. Road allowance encroachments, that's a separate topic altogether. That's a different process. Next. So in terms of conclusions, I'll just take you down to the bottom one. It's my opinion, it conforms to the intent of the official plans. But the last two bullet points I want to emphasize. The application has only been necessitated by the use of CCANs. We could have had the enclosures without any planning approval. And lastly, we're trying to recognize a legal non-conforming use. We want it to be a conforming use so that in the future, the sanctuary can replace buildings, which is what they want to do over time, is replace them with building permits, etc. And possibly some expansion, although that hasn't been determined at this point in time. So we're trying to recognize a longstanding use on this property. So here to answer any questions.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Do we have anybody in the chamber who wishes to speak in support of this application? All right, come on up. Your name and address?
Thank you. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gord Forfar. My address is 1125 Trafalgar Bay Road, so I just live in Bella. I'm also, more importantly for this meeting, the chair of the board of directors for Aspen Valley. So with me today, and hopefully we can work it so that she speaks after me, but it's your choice. Linda Glimpse is here as well too. Linda is the executive director of the organization, and she can elaborate on a couple of my points and some new things that she'd like to introduce as well too. We'll definitely keep within the 5 minutes each. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today regarding our zoning bylaw exemption application for Aspen Valley for our property on Crawford Street. Not too much on the history side, but Aspen Valley has operated in the township of Muskoka since the early 1970s, over 50 years now. It's moved from the early days, obviously, into the registered charitable wildlife sanctuary organization that it is today. We operate as a wildlife rehabilitation center and sanctuary, providing important education, conservation, and animal care services across Ontario. Our organization works with injured, orphaned, and displaced wildlife and operates with a strong commitment to environmental stewardship and responsible animal care. In 2025, Aspen Valley became the first wildlife sanctuary in Canada, accredited by the Global Federation of Animal Sanctuaries, recognizing our organization's high standards for animal care, safety, governance, and operations. The purpose of this application is to establish clear zoning recognition and site-specific permissions for an existing and evolving wildlife sanctuary use on a large rural property. This is not a proposal for a major new commercial development. Rather, it's an effort to create planning clarity and appropriate site-specific controls for a long-standing use that already exists within the community. Throughout the process, Aspen Valley and our planning consultant, Northern Vision Planning, have worked collaboratively with the township staff and have responded to the various technical and planning questions raised during the review. Revised site plans, additional details, enhanced setbacks, parking information, trail use, and enclosure rationale have all been provided as requested. One by one, we have continued to refine and strengthen the proposal through an open and collaborative planning process. We strive to work collaboratively with all of our stakeholders. Broadly, that includes animals, maybe self-evident, people, including staff, volunteers, visitors, and neighbors, funders and supporters, and municipal and provincial government agencies, including the township, the Ministry of Natural Resources, Animal Welfare Services within the Ministry of the Solicitor General, and other environmental and community partners. Each group naturally brings a different perspective and a set of priorities. Aspen Valley leadership and the board have the responsibility of balancing all of these stakeholder interests in a safe, responsible, and sustainable manner. I say this to assure you that the location of the rescue enclosures and the support structures was not chosen casually. Linda will go into more detail about the use of the enclosures, but their placement reflects operational safety, hydro servicing, terrain, access for staff and emergency response, transportation practicality, and the natural buffering that's provided by the existing vegetation and topography. We believe our application is consistent with the broader planning framework for rural lands. The property is large, naturally screened by existing vegetation and topography, environmentally sensitive, and well suited to a conservation-oriented use such as a wildlife sanctuary. The proposal supports wildlife protection, education, and stewardship while maintaining the rural character of the area. In addition to the environmental and conservation benefits, Aspen Valley also contributes positively to our community by employing 5 full-time staff members, supported by over 100 volunteers, welcoming over 6,300 visitors annually through guided educational tours, including both local residents and tourists, some of whom travel to Muskoka specifically to visit Aspen Valley. Aspen Valley also generates significant economic activity with the township through donations, tours, gift shop sales, wages, supplies, contractor services, equipment purchases, and support for local businesses. Aspen Valley recognizes the importance of being a community member. We appreciate the township's ongoing engagement throughout the process and the professionalism of the staff during the review and their site visits. We respectfully ask the committee to consider the application on its planning merits and the substantial information that has been submitted in support of the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
And could we have the next? Oh, there we are.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Glimpse. I live at 18 Belvedere Avenue in Perry Sound, P2A to A1. I'm here today representing Aspen Valley as the Executive Director with regards to the rezoning application that has been presented by Emma. Just to recap, this application is not about creating a new or unregulated use of the property. Aspen Valley has operated as a wildlife rehabilitation, rescue, and sanctuary in Muskoka for decades. I want to assure everybody that our organization is extremely highly regulated and licensed, not only by the Ministry of Natural Resources, but also by the Township of Muskoka Lakes. We are also subject to annual inspections and oversight through another provincial entity referred to as the Animal Welfare Authority, and they are under the Solicitor General. In addition to these regulatory requirements, we voluntarily pursued and obtained additional accreditation through GFAS, Global Federation of Animal Sanctuaries, that Gord had just mentioned. They are an internationally recognized organization with rigorous standards, not only for operations, governance, and a few of the other things that Gord mentioned, but also emergency preparedness. Aspen Valley remains the first and currently the only accredited wildlife rehabilitation sanctuary of its kind in Canada. As part of maintaining this accreditation, though, it doesn't come automatically. We have to continue to uphold the standards. We must conduct and document annual emergency response exercises and disaster preparedness simulations. In addition, every 3 years, GFAS completes a comprehensive reaccreditation review, which includes an on-site inspection. It was through these internationally recognized standards that Aspen Valley's established reputation in wildlife rescue, that Humane World for Animals, formerly known as Humane Society International, approached us after identifying a significant gap in Canada for dedicated emergency wildlife rescue enclosures for animals requiring temporary care. Aspen Valley was selected as their first choice to develop this specialized facility, which Humane World for Animals fully funded. The 3 enclosures opened in April of 2025, and they were specifically designed, again, for emergency wildlife rescue and rehabilitation, and temporary rehabilitation. And again, they also remain the first facilities of their kind and only facilities of their kind in all of Canada. In many cases, these enclosures remain vacant and ready to respond to emergency rescue situations arising from requests by the provincial agencies such as the MNR or Animal Welfare Services while they are conducting an active animal welfare investigation and legal proceedings. In fact, the enclosures were largely unused from October through to April of this year, with only limited temporary use, including the short-term housing of wolf dogs in December and a rehabilitated coyote that had been brought into our facility. They successfully completed a 14-day acclimation process before being released into the wild. Unfortunately, what we see is an increase every year in injured, orphaned, and displaced wildlife. And it's across not only Muskoka District, but also other areas of Ontario that we take in injured animals. They are admitted as patients to us for care. At the same time, while the increase is happening in animal need, there is a proven decrease year over year of licensed wildlife and regulated wildlife rehabilitators across Ontario. So they are on the decline. Aspen has decided that we are going to try to meet this increasing demand. And what that means is that we will require future replacement, rebuilding, and expansion of our existing rehab facilities as funding permits. Because rehab infrastructure must remain close to our main operational hub, the remaining flat land near our existing buildings has been identified for those future needs. Constructing the 3 emergency rescue enclosures in that location would eliminate the limited space available for future rehab expansion. In addition, our wildlife sanctuary, which also provides permanent lifetime care for native wildlife that cannot be released back into the wild and have been placed with us through a case-by-case approval by the MNR. These conditions, under the conditions of those licenses, these captive animals must be visible to the public and used for educational purposes. For each species, Aspen Valley is required to submit a detailed plan outlining housing, care standards, educational objectives, and public messaging. Emergency rescue animals requiring temporary housing are fundamentally different. These animals are often under protective custody during active.
Glimpse, you're at your 5 minutes. If you could wrap it up for us.
Sorry?
You're at your 5 minutes. If you could wrap it up for us.
Yeah, I just wanted to really, the main thing here is that the site was selected because of what it provided for us in order to put the rescue enclosures in place, because of its proximity to the municipal road, because of the hydro, and because we are very limited in terms of the amount of space that we have that is flat. And so for that reason, I just wanted to make sure that I got that across, that it was a well thought through decision.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody in the chamber, anybody else wishing to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anybody online? Nobody online? Oh, I'm sorry. Yep.
So not noticeable. I'm Linda McCarthy, 6 Huntingwood Court, Kitchener, Nancy 2 Peter, 2A7. Hello, Chair, Council. Thank you so much. I'm here today to express my full support to amend the zoning bylaw and recognize the existing use of the property as a wildlife sanctuary. And it's interesting to remember that this sanctuary came about half a century ago, when in fact conservation and rehabilitation of animals was really quite important to many citizens in Canada. It's just very interesting to remember that. The critical value of the Aspen Valley Wildlife Sanctuary to the rehabilitation of orphaned and or injured wildlife cannot be overstated, and has been done so many, many times. What I also want to say is that supporting the incredible staff and volunteers in their inspiring efforts at this charity to carry out this kind of rehabilitation just has to always be front and center. So I just want that to be really noted. However, I am writing here today actually as an educator and as a regular visitor to Aspen. And what I've seen as an educator when I am here, I've seen firsthand the incredible eye-opening experience many citizens have had upon visiting the sanctuary and all of the rehabilitation efforts of wildlife. I've often heard animated conversations as visiting children and families come to appreciate all that Aspen does to help these animals recover, be rehabilitated. And what I really notice with these youth is that they might be dragged in by grandparents and they are bored and they're on their smartphones. And I notice a noticeable change in these youth's behavior as they tour the sanctuary when they leave. And I know that these people leave the area not with just a great appreciation of wildlife, but often a passion to continue such efforts of the care and rehabilitation of these conservation efforts. So what I guess very, very in conclusion, I just want to emphasize that in a world that seems to be just a little bit harsher in 2026, that, I don't know, half a century ago, it seemed like we all held hands to look after each other. All I want to say is what I notice all the time when I visit Aspen is I watch these youth who are today so addicted to social media and screen time. I know this because I educate them, right? I watch them slowly put down their smartphones and gaze in wonder at these marvelous animals. And I know that they haven't just come to be entertained, but in fact that they actually undergo epiphanies. Has occurred within them. And what I know is that the world has become just a little more compassionate in these youth's hands. And what's really, really interesting is the stories of adults who have brought these injured animals in. And I know the parents and grandparents leave going, oh, maybe next time when I'm with my grandchildren and we run over a fox, we'll actually look to see if it's okay. And we have some place that we can bring this injured organism. So recognizing the existing use of the property as a wildlife sanctuary is not just about the wildlife, but about making humans a little kinder, a little gentler, a little more engaged. Oh my gosh, in 2026, the youth so are desperate for it in the consideration and rehabilitation of wildlife in these difficult times. And after half a century, man, Aspen has only proved themselves experts in this area. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think we have one more in the chamber.
My name's Juliana Magditch, and my permanent residence is in Guelph, 1155 Gordon Street, but I've been a cottager up here for my entire life. I am here to express my full and unwavering support for Aspen Valley Wildlife Sanctuary and to respectfully encourage the amendment of the zoning bylaw to formally recognize the longstanding use of the property as a wildlife sanctuary. I've also had the immense privilege of calling Aspen Valley a second home since 2022. I began there as a volunteer and later became a full-time summer staff member, and in that time I have seen firsthand the incredible impact that the sanctuary has on wildlife, animal welfare, and the Muskoka community as a whole. Aspen Valley is not just a place where injured, orphaned, and displaced animals receive care. It's also a place that teaches compassion, responsibility, and coexistence with the natural world. And for me personally, Aspen Valley played a major role in shaping my future. My time there deepened my passion for wildlife, strengthened my commitment to animal care, and helped me towards pursuing a career in veterinary medicine, something that I will start this fall. I can honestly say that Aspen Valley was one of the places that helped me make that dream feel like a possibility. When looking at a statistic from a journal article out of the University of Guelph by Dr. Sherry Cox, it's estimated that 97% of animals that are admitted to wildlife rehabilitation sanctuaries arrive because of direct or indirect human activity. Without a facility like Aspen Valley in the Muskoka region, countless wild animals would not have access to care or a second chance that they deserve. Aspen has operated on the same property for more than 5 decades. Its presence is not new, temporary, or out of place. It's a long-standing and essential part of the environmental and social fabric that makes up the Township of Muskoka. And for these reasons, I respectfully ask the council to support this amendment and formally recognize the property's established use as a wildlife sanctuary. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody online wishing to speak in favor? No. All right. Do we have anybody in the chamber wishing to speak against this application? All right. Well, let's start in the left back corner there.
Carolyn Pierce. I live at 1133 Crawford Street. I absolutely agree with what has been said, that Aspen Valley Wildlife Sanctuary does a wonderful job in looking after wild animals. And their mandate, as stated, is they rescue, rehabilitate, and release North American wild mammals. And I'm totally in agreement with that. I do have a concern about the proposed change in the designation of the lots. The original intention of that land was to leave it natural and to have it available to people from the public who visited the sanctuary to go through on the trails and see wildlife in their natural habitat, being free. And I worked as a tour guide for the caged animals initially. And then Howard Smith, the executive director at the time, asked me to bring that on further and work on the little deeper aspect of the ecosystem concept, where the interdependence of living things, and explain that we are all part of an ecosystem, humans, plants, animals, water, rocks, and so on. And this was my job. I took school students and their teachers and parent volunteers, Rotary Club, Provost members along these trails and pointed out some of the animal habitat to them, and we discussed this concept. It upsets me to see that area, which is rich. I've seen fishers, foxes, moose, porcupines, on and on. It's rich in Muskoka wildlife. To see it ravaged, as I said earlier, to put in animals that weren't wild. The lions were pets from a mom and pa zoo. And to see the Muskoka wildlife being replaced by these animals. And when you take the habitat away from the Muskoka wildlife, they have to go somewhere else. And sometimes if they go somewhere else, they're in another wolf's territory. And then they have to fight for their existence and sometimes get injured. If this continues, the destruction of habitat and the caging of exotics, the Muskoka wildlife are going to be forced out on the roads, injured, and requiring the service of the intended use of the sanctuary. And that's basically my message, that if the sanctuary has alternative locations that do not involve the destruction of the forest ecosystem on that section. It was built because it was so rich in animal life. I would think it would be better for them to have the exotics where they don't collide with people like me and my health, or basically scoot the Muskoka wildlife out of their natural habitat and homes.
Thank you very much. So the next one in beside Miss Pierce.
My name is Hap Wilson. I live at 1141 Crawford Street, and I am actually reading my wife's deposition, and she thanks you for the time allotted, and she couldn't make it. I appreciate the emotional and philosophical pleas to rehabilitate animals. Nobody's questioning that. I think it's great, the educational processes involved here, and the benefits to the local community is unmatched anywhere, and the accreditation's well earned. But I ask, at what expense? And it becomes an ethical question. My wife's expertise is in ethics. That's her academic background. I'm going to read from Andrea's deposition here. At the age where I do need glasses. Regarding ZBA 0426 zoning bylaw exemption, Aspen Valley Wildlife Sanctuary Lot 59 and 60, Concession A Cardwell, Crawford Street. I am writing to state that I oppose the above zoning change. However, I need to make something perfectly clear at the onset. I'm not objecting to the Aspen Valley Wildlife Sanctuary land use as a concept. My husband and I make our living promoting and supporting the natural heritage of the land and encouraging greater public awareness and the understanding of nature. My husband has an international reputation as an outdoorsman, author, and artist promoting such values. I am the vice chair of Earthroots, a grassroots environmental organization that protects Ontario's wildlife, wild spaces, watersheds, and old-growth forests. We have worked with Aspen Valley for 25 years on a voluntary and professional basis and support the work they do in rehabilitating and caring for native Ontario animals. What we are objecting to is the proposal ZBA 0426, which appears to be an attempt to codify and legitimize structures which are contrary to existing zoning and known sources of noise complaints from adjacent residences. Moreover, the location of the facility across the road from Carolyn Pierce's residential property at 1133 Crawford Street and talk of expansion for future development across from our home at 1141 Crawford Street is not appropriate land use planning and not necessary since the sanctuary has 4 rural lots and 450 acres more appropriately designated for noisy compounds. The noise complaints most recently were the result of using the compound and their sea cans to house African lions in some transient capacity. African lions are recognized worldwide for their loud and disturbing roar. They are clearly not North American wildlife and therefore do not conform to the purposes of the Aspen Valley Wildlife Sanctuary. The undisclosed nature of building these unauthorized compounds so close to a resident's home with no concern or how it impacts neighboring residences has created distrust for the future development by the sanctuary. The behavior of Aspen Valley Wildlife Sanctuary has proven to be unethical because they fail to consider the impact of their actions on others. And when concerns were raised, these concerns were met with entitlement regarding property ownership and with an audacious attitude. There was no need to build an animal compound so close to an established residential home when there are multiple sites which would be better suited for the sanctity of the captured animal and neighboring residential properties. If these illegal structures are given legal status, what kind of precedent is being set by the township? Townships have a duty to consider the impact of their decisions on the public. And if you codify and legitimize structures that have had an enormous negative impact on the neighboring properties, it could be viewed as professional negligence. The adverse impacts of development of animal compounds close to noise-sensitive spaces, such as existing residential dwellings, needs to be acknowledged when planning setbacks for any new development. At Aspen Valley Wildlife Sanctuary, for over 15 years, Lot 59 was predominantly an educational hiking trail system where visitors to the sanctuary could experience wildlife and learn about the natural habitat that keeps these animal populations healthy and thriving. This use worked together with the neighboring properties, which have purposely been kept wild, to enable native species such as white-tailed deer, moose, fishers, otters, wolves, coyotes, porcupines, raccoons, and many other native animals a safe travel way. Developing these lands with fencing compounds negatively encroaches on these wild spaces and is incompatible with adjacent lands. Unfortunately, the sanctuary has had a history of unfinished projects, leaving the site looking more like a salvage yard. If future development is allowed across from neighboring properties, the value of said properties will be negatively affected. Future planning and zoning needs to address setbacks and take the adverse impacts of aesthetics and noise disturbance into consideration. Therefore, the proposed 100-foot setback for new development is not enough. Noise setbacks for wind turbines in Ontario that have decibel levels of 35 to 40 have a minimum of 550 meters setback. Animals such as the lions recently housed in the enclosures in question roar at 114 decibels. Wolves howl at 90 to 150 decibels, and structure and compound in question adjacent to any residential dwelling should have a setback of at least 550 meters.
Mr. Wilson, if you could wrap it up here at the end of your 5 minutes.
Changing the zoning for Lot 59 specifically seems to contradict the values of Aspen Valley Wildlife Sanctuary. This lot has 3 designations which create habitat for native wildlife, which includes a wetland area under EP, low density residential or conservation under RU2, and open space for animal grazing, especially white-tailed deer. The township were allowed for controlled development in the OST2 section of Lot 59. It would protect the residential noise-sensitive spaces adjacent to Lot 59 and give Aspen Valley Wildlife Sanctuary room to expand.
Mr. Wilson, are you almost at the end?
Yes.
Good.
Just one quick note. I urge Muskoka Lakes Township to consider nuisance controls when making zoning changes for proposal ZBA 0426. Thank you very much.
Terrific. Thank you.
My wife Andrea, thanks you.
All right.
Do you want me to do my deposition now while I'm here, or?
If you have one that's
I do have one.
quite different.
That's separate from my wife's.
Okay.
Hunters used to release hunting dogs on Aspen Road, and they used to flush the deer out to the through the properties. That includes our properties, Crawford's property, and the sanctuary property, to waiting hunters south of the private lands. And why did they release dogs here? Because of the high density of white-tailed deer. I guess it was 2000. I know that the mayor has 2 copies of this book, Wild Muskoka. I was asked by the Muskoka district to map out all the wildlands remaining in Muskoka. And one of the most extensive, varied wildlife areas was that area east or west of Skeleton Lake, which includes up to the boundary of the Aspen Valley Wildlife Sanctuary. And just going to read my very quickly, right over the way here. I've been a resident of Crawford Street since 2001. We raise our kids here in peace and tranquility of the near wilderness in a natural environment unique to Muskoka. I'm co-founder of the environment group Earth Roots. The sanctuary at one time was a local community, family-friendly destination. No one had a concern about the rehabilitation of animals at the sanctuary until now. Of recent years, at their own admission to me, the animals are our priority over everything else. This is quite evident by their aggrandizement and hubris and entitlement, that it doesn't matter if they have permits or it doesn't matter if what they do has deleterious effects on the residents of Crawford Street, the people who actually live there. I remind the council that nobody who spoke before us actually live on that property. But we see wildlife in a totally different way than they do at the sanctuary. Over the years, we have donated time and labor to assist the AVWS. In 2009, my company, Eco Trail Builders, constructed wildlife viewing nature trails at the request of AVWS. One trail was particularly rich in wildlife activity, and 3 wildlife observation decks were constructed. At the time before the change in administration, the AVWS knew and respected the fact that this area of their property was well traveled by native wildlife, the very area now occupied by an apex exotic predator compound. I know the sanctuary property, in all likelihood, better than anyone there. I know the landscape, I know the layout, I know the people. I just completed an upgrade to their trail system with one omission. That popular wildlife trail is no longer there. Instead, we have an apex predator lion compound. I know for a fact that the sanctuary had multiple locations where they could have built their lion compound. And I refer to that map that I presented to the council earlier. Sanctuary may argue this point and may say that after the fact, actually, that locations I pointed out were destined for other projects. I know for a fact through discussions with their director previously that this is not the case. The site chosen was a capricious, almost vindictive move without public consultation, without proper permits, without professional scrutiny, and in total secrecy. Residents were told on several occasions that Aspen Valley Wildlife Sanctuary can do anything they want because it's their property. Because residents were suffering from smoke inhalation from clearing fires, a fire marshal was called to the site. It was at this time the township should have put a halt to the lion compound. By not doing the adequate required research into detrimental effects on residents caused by sustained lion noise, not to mention the smoke irritant, reflects a total lack of the legal and moral obligation to provide duty of care, which is the law in Ontario, as is the nuisance per se law. The township and the AVWS are negligent in this respect, since the sanctuary have the manpower and equipment available, contrary to what they may tell the township. In fact, I saw 3 excavators there today as I rode by.
Mr. Wilson, if you could wrap this one up too, please.
I'd like to read from our chair from our environment group, if I may. He was the Environment Commissioner for Ontario for several years.
It's quick and
it's important that you hear this, I'm sure. He says, it is disturbingly ironic that a wildlife sanctuary presumably dedicated to conservation of our native ecosystems and the education of the public in that regard would construct an enclosure to house African lions, top predator of antelope and deer species, on lands that are known to be utilized and occupied by our native white-tailed deer. Without a doubt, the presence of such a loud and fierce predator will frighten and disrupt the use of these lands for foraging and reproduction activities. This avoidance may involve a large part of the available deer habitat and, by extension, disrupt activities of the native predators in the area. This is an inappropriate land use and biological activity for such a sanctuary, and it should not be endorsed and facilitated by the planning system. That's written by Gord Miller, BSc, MSc, ecologist and former Environment Commissioner of Ontario for over a decade. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have anybody else?
Not a team effort, but if I may,
You can't pass them out at the table, no.
I asked the chair.
Yeah, well,
Comfortable.
it was,
Chair, what would you like to do?
he has that instead of, he was trying to have a presentation material, and I suggested it's 2 pages.
It's just a thing.
Yeah. Yeah, you can hand it out. Yes, please hand it out or pass it around. It's a page each. All right, and please stick to your 5 minutes.
Yes, it's good afternoon now. My name is Madison Crawford and I live at 1251 Crawford Street, which is close to the Aspen Valley Wildlife Sanctuary. So today I kind of wanted to talk about the definition of what it means to be a wildlife sanctuary. And I want to suggest the submitted definition is amended to focus its use solely on native species of Ontario. As such, this is a revised definition. So shall mean a building, structure, or land generally left in its natural state for the purpose of providing sanctuary and habitat for wild animals and aquatic species. And we ask that you insert here that are native to Ontario. It is not to be construed nor operated as a zoo, nor shall it house exotic animals or exotic species that are not native to Ontario. This definition shall extend to include, and the inserted text ends here and will revert back to the original text, which states lands and facilities for rehabilitation and temporary accommodation of animals, permanent accommodation for non-releasable animals, temporary accommodation for staff, and public education programs. Such sanctuary provides public education, related retail sales, and shall be licensed by the township in the province of Ontario. So the housing of non-native and exotic animals such as the lions and the subject enclosures and sea containers has led to friction, anxiety, medical, and mental health issues for residents, as you've heard prior. Noise was an issue that was neither contained nor abated. So we talked about the roar of the African lion being measured in a region of 114 to 116, which decibels, which is akin to that of a rock concert and can be heard up to 8 kilometers away. Provincial guidelines and standards define acceptable noise as being up to 60 decibels or the ambient background noise. Beyond that, noise that transcends lot boundaries is deemed noise pollution, a nuisance, and should be viewed as a bylaw infraction. Other exotic animals would generate the same issues. Finally, it's suggested that the Aspen Valley should be restricted to the use of its land solely as a wildlife sanctuary with no other usage being allowed. So setbacks. It is, however, requested that the setbacks be set at 50 meters to ensure separation of animal husbandry activities from any other domestic activities on the other side of the lot line that residents might undertake. This should be a defining point for Aspen Valley. The animals housed here are, for the most part, there to separate them from human activity prior to them being released. Their placement close to the lot and boundary lines is not compatible with that aim, and therefore a setback of 50 meters for all buildings, structures, enclosures, and fences enclosing animals would seem to be reasonable in order to facilitate Aspen Valley's rehabilitation goals, as well as providing for ease of mind and protection from noise pollution for residents. Turning to the request to add use to each of the land zones with the subject property, there are no objections to changes of use to land zoned OS2. For land zoned EP1, the change of use is objected to. No, there has been no environmental assessment, impact statements, planning detailing future use, nor any plans for mitigating measures that have been submitted. The zoning definition is quite specific about the restrictions placed upon land use within the zone, and I have the definition available if you need it. Turning to the land zoned RU2, which straddles the 2 lots owned by Aspen Valley, for the land within lot 60, there are no objections to additional use. For lot 59, any development in that portion of land zoned RU2 will irreversibly change the character and nature of Crawford Street. As well, it will bring increased activity and uncontrollable noise up against residential boundaries. And it has been requested without the presentation of any plan that might detail what that expansion might be. Should the planning committee feel that this is too restrictive, while wishing to preserve the character of Crawford Street, the question of what an appropriate setback would be for a wildlife sanctuary on RU2 lands up against residential dwellings, well, this is uncharted territory. The setbacks used in specialized farms, such as a horse farm or a stable, might provide guidance and are set at 300 meters. This would serve to protect residents from the issues that I've just referred to. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Well, thank you very much. Is there anybody else in the chamber who would like to speak?
Mr. White.
And again, please stick to your 5 minutes.
I am on already. Before I start, can I seek a clarification from planning, if I may? It impacts on quite the direction of my presentation. Is the use for the sea containers and the enclosures considered a new use, or is it predicated upon non-conforming legal use?
Mr. Mello.
Through the chair, the existing use of the property for a wildlife sanctuary is considered to be non-conforming. However, they need planning approval for the sea containers. Those are considered structures in our zoning bylaw and do require relief to permit the expansion of a legal non-conforming use.
So it's an expansion of legal non-conforming use and therefore is being looked at under section 39(2), I guess, of the Act.
Mr. Mello.
Thank you. Through the chair, the application has been submitted under section 34 of the Planning Act because the property owners are proposing to amend the zoning bylaw to recognize the existing use of the property. It's a zoning bylaw amendment application that's been submitted.
Mr. White, can you?
Well, yeah, I mean, naturally, I understood all of that. Thank you so much. That takes us to a very nuanced point. Okay, my name is Steve White. I live at 1184 Crawford Street. And I would like to address the application before us. The application with its supporting documents is complex and the issues nuanced. Wildlife sanctuaries and roadside zoos in Ontario are largely unregulated. Provincial government, for the most part, leaves regulation to municipal authorities. Much of the friction that has arisen between residents and Aspen Valley has its root cause in this lack of effective regulatory framework. Bylaws such as the noise, the zoos and wildlife, and the prohibiting of keeping certain animals within the township of Muskoka are not congruent. They are not aligned. Some councillors will remember the last time a big cat sanctuary or zoo was addressed in, I think it was 2011, the Utterson one. At that time, bylaws that ought to have been addressed were not. Time is always a problem, and so is horsepower. As such, the wildlife and zoos and exotic animal ones were left as an unfinished issue. And as such, it was hoped that it would never rear its head again. I'm sure some of you here will be aware of that. So we have unfinished business. So a question to council is, how do you propose to address these matters and against what time frame? Security for the wildlife sanctuary is an issue. The animals themselves rarely escape. Sometimes they do. However, the venue is not immune, nor is it protected from deliberate release. Anybody can walk onto the sanctuary property, and it is very easy to release any animal you wish, should they wish to be making a point in search of a political objective, for example. We saw that happen in Halliburton when all the wolves were released. They are not immune to it. It has happened before. It can happen again. The release of apex predators will not go well with public safety. Okay. The role of the intensification of land use has adverse impacts on the neighborhood and is a key test as to whether we should allow it or not, particularly for the sea containers and the enclosures. You have heard from residents that they have been adversely impacted. So reviewing this application, as we must, as if it has not yet been built, and namely we have sea containers and some enclosures being requested to receive lions for a roadside zoo in Quebec, which means it is views of an intensification of the land use and is detrimental to the neighborhood. That is a key test. It is argued that the added role of caring for the exotic animals, whether it's lions or other exotic creatures, is an intensification of the use and as such is altogether different. And therefore, it is necessary to balance the community's interests against that of the landowner. So it is the separate use to just caring for Ontario's native species. And that harks back to the point that one of my colleagues just made to you about how we tighten that definition so that I don't think anybody would have problems with native Ontario species, squirrels, raccoons, and whatever. Exotic animals and zoo animals, that is different. This suggests most strongly that whether you review this application for the land use for 3 enclosed and 6 sea containers as if it has not yet happened, or view it through the lens of what has transpired, it would be reasonable to deny the application. Especially as without any security measures.
Perhaps start to wrap it up.
I'm right there. Without any security measures to protect residencies from escape or release. And as such, we are at risk. You have heard from many enthusiastic supporters and advocates. None of them live in the neighborhood. None are adversely impacted. I leave those thoughts with you. I'm grateful for the time to address you this afternoon. Thank you very much. And I'm open to questions if you have any.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else in the chamber who wish to speak against this application? Do we have that illustration? She's already spoken. If you can bring that up. Okay. Committee, everybody's seen that? All right, thank you. Do we have anybody else wishing to speak on this application, either in the chamber or online? None. All right, committee. Questions? Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you, I have 2 questions. The first question, if I may, through you, is I suppose to Linda. Hello, Linda. When we spoke back when you put in your application, I believe, for this ZBA application was back in late December. You circulated a note to council. I picked up on that. I phoned you, and we had a good discussion, got to understand more about this. I think you guys do amazing work. I guess I have one question for you, and then I have one question of Emma, of staff. So my question to you is, I hear so much about these lions, and as I understood it and understand it, the lions are gone. And I don't know that you're out actively seeking lions. So, I think that really should get put to bed. If that's the case, so I'd ask you to clarify just what is the situation with the lions?
I appreciate that. And
go ahead.
Sorry, I appreciate that. And there has been some reference that we have built an apex compound, and that is not the case at all. It is a rescue enclosure. As I said, we just had wolf dogs in there. We just had a coyote in there that was actually native, that was in our rehab and release program in there. Yeah. We have had a situation that thankfully a few years ago, we did have a temporary spot, but it was a bear from Marineland. And again, animal welfares went in there and they had to get this bear somewhere. Yeah. And just thankfully, we happened at that time to have a space for it.
Good, thank you.
Yes.
Do you have a supplemental with her? Sure. Then, thank you, and then
yes.
Through you, Chair. So the moniker exotic, is that really fitting? Because I think that's confusing to some people that may be hearing this. I don't understand it as an exotic wildlife sanctuary. Is that?
It is not.
That's not.
It is not.
Okay, well, thank you. That's fine. Thank you very much for that.
Thank
and I would ask.
Question for Mr. Miller.
Please, if I may, and through you, I guess to Emma. When I look at this report, I know that the original ZBA application was submitted late December. Essentially Christmas, as I understand it. We spoke in January. It's now May. And here it is, we're being asked as a committee to consider deferring it. And I wonder if it's animals and it's, there's a certain timeliness to some of this, and it doesn't seem like, well, I wouldn't put any words in your mouth. I wonder if you could explain why and what the defer means to them and to us in terms of where we go from here.
Mr. Mello?
Through the chair, in cases where planning applications are anticipated to have a significant amount of public comment or public interest, we typically bring a background report first to planning committee so that public comments can be received and considered. So that is why we chose the two-stage process in this case, so that public comments could be considered and received, and then in the future, planning staff would be in a position to make a recommendation on the application.
And I would say by public participation, that was a good call. Councillor Zavis, do you have one more
If I
question?
might, thank you, and through you to Emma. So I guess my question would be, is this in fact forming the basis of a public meeting here and now? Or are we talking 90 days, 60 days, something from now, there would be another public meeting, and then the results of that, I know how these things go. It'll be, could be into the end of 2026, and these folks aren't going to have usable, shelters. Anyway, I just, that's my question. I mean,
Ms. DeMello?
Through the chair, there's no strict timeline as per the process. Staff have outlined the next steps for the application and the materials that staff require in order to provide a recommendation to planning committee. Only one public meeting is required under the Planning Act. So once those items have been addressed, then and once those comments from the public have been considered, then staff would be in a position to bring the application forward, but it's hard to put a specific time period on that.
Councillor Zavis, what's that? I think what that means, if I'm correct, Mr. Mello, this is the public meeting. Okay. Committee, any other question? Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I have 2 or 3 questions. The first one to the sanctuary, if you would, on the lions are no longer here. Great, we got them moved off to a permanent home. But there could be a possibility, outside possibility, that lions could reappear on site or some other non-native animal.
We will always follow what our regulation and our licensing requires. So we do have a sanctuary zoo license issued by the township, and we will have to adhere to that, which limits us in terms of what kind of species we take. But I think the more important thing is that we don't take in animals lightly. We take them in with an assessment first. So when we were asked to take in the lions, Aspen did have experience with lions. We had a permanent lion that lived at Aspen Valley for 10 years. So, and again, when we use the word exotics, these enclosures also, based on the GFAS requirements, are still only suitable for certain types of animals or certain types of exotics. So we're not going to be taking in elephants and giraffes and primates. Like it's not in there. First of all, we have no experience with that. And second of all, it doesn't meet the welfare requirements of those species. So we will never, short answer, correct. We may have a requirement through Animal Welfare Services or Ministry of Natural Resources to temporarily, once again, house a non-native animal. But again, that discussion has to be whether or not the facility that we have will be able to accommodate that, and also the comfortableness of the staff to be able to support that animal.
Councillor Roberts, another question?
Yes, thank you. This is to the presenter, Mr. White. If you come, I have 2 questions for you. Basically 1 question, and I have a question for staff. You expressed in your presentation the concern with security. I'm aware of the Halliburton escape of the wolves, which was tragic, but you had other security problems that you had alluded to. can you, what were they? What or why are they? Because I personally had seen the compound and it's a significant structure and appears to have a lot of security.
Mr. White?
It's a good question. My background, I am a 35 years Army officer. When I address security, it's addressing issues of break-ins, people who can come in through the wire and create havoc or whatever, adverse effects. That is the place that I come from. The sanctuary has mechanisms in place to stop the animals getting out. There are no mechanisms in place to stop people getting in, should they so wish to do so with malice and release animals. That is really easy to do. It just is. You can come in through the bush, you can come in straight over the front door. Toronto Zoo, it's much harder. If you wanted to release an apex predator or whatever else to make your point, it's very, very difficult to do so. They are a best in class. For a wildlife sanctuary, housing apex predators, it's far, far more difficult, and they have not reached a point where I would say you can protect the public from a malicious release of animals, should anybody so wish to do so.
So White, I think the councillor's question was, what other security issues did you have? Because you've already addressed that one.
Well, I think that's that. So if you see the fact that you can release animals, you can't stop people getting in, that ties it up pretty well, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Roberts?
Yeah, picking up on people getting in. So I never thought of that. What more could the sanctuary do to prevent people getting in?
That is a challenge for the sanctuary. It's a very good question. You need to look at best in class to understand how you protect the public. And I'm sure, as the mayor will tell us, public safety is of paramount interest to council. What is done in a zoo, and I know they're not a zoo, but if you need to protect people from inadvertent release or malicious release, you have to have other structures in place that will prevent it from happening.
Right. Committee, I want to remind everybody here that we have a planning application. We don't have an application about what kind of animals are there. We don't have an application about any particular kind of animals. It's a planning application with permission to put in a CCAN and a recognize of change of use. So I just want to be mindful of that, and we don't spend. We've clearly heard a lot about the issues with, I guess they're generally called apex predators, but that's not what we're here today to do. So thank you.
So, Chair, I do have
Mr. White, and if you have another question related to the planning, then I'd be happy to take it.
Thank you, I do. So it was indicated that it was, yeah, no, thank you. A change in use was proposed that this is happening. Would staff please comment, is this a change in use?
Mr. Mello?
Through the chair, the application involves the recognition of the existing use of the property for a wildlife sanctuary and to recognize those 6 sea containers that have been erected on the property. So those sea containers, which are intended to support the rescue of animals, aren't really a new use. It's more so an expansion of an existing legal non-conforming use. So that's why those storage containers needed planning approval.
Thank you.
Any further questions, Councillor Roberts? Councillor Edwards?
Yes. I guess my thought on this is with the sea cans is what's going in them, because that's part of the planning. I hear the neighbors are concerned about it. The roaring of the lions has upset them. Imagine the animals around there that would be the food for these animals, what their thing. If the sanctuary was saying there was no more exotic animals, there were only North Americans, I could support it right off the bat. but I have to also look at the neighbors and that, because that's part of the planning process, as far as I'm concerned, is what's in the neighborhood.
May I just,
No.
may I?
There was not a question there, and I don't
Oh.
think we need any more comments. Thank you.
Oh.
But then, would you be willing to say you will not take exotic animals so you can rest assured that the neighbors are not upset?
Ms. McCarthy.
The term that has been used, thrown around here a lot today is apex predator. A wolf is considered an apex predator, and they are a native wildlife species. So I think we have to get away from using the word apex predator, if I may. And may I also just say very quickly that we will never put animals in a CCAN. That's not the intention, to put animals in those structures. They are there as a protection for staff to be able to use for feeding stations on a temporary basis. Animals don't want to be inside an enclosed area.
Okay,
So
thank you.
My
Councilor Nishikawa.
question was exotic animals. Would you say that you would just use North American animals?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Councilor Nishikawa.
Again, I think I almost have to have our old bylaw in place, or to see what type of animals are allowed, but my question would more specific to, is the intention of the organization to allow lions on the property again?
Ms. McCarthy.
Again, the short answer is yes, because it currently allows us so with under our licensing.
Committee, do we have any other questions? All right, so let me.
Yeah, read that.
Okay, I'm going to read the resolution, committee. Moved by Councillor Zabit, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved that a decision on zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 04/26 Aspen Valley Wildlife Sanctuary be deferred so that public and agency comments can be received, and that staff be directed to undertake a review and analysis of the submissions with a view to providing a recommendation to Planning Committee on the application, and that the following be submitted prior to recommendation report being finalized for consideration by Planning Committee. A satisfactory letter of opinion from a qualified professional which confirms that the locations and functionality of the existing septic sewage systems are compliant with MECP approvals. A satisfactory letter of opinion from a qualified environmental professional that identifies and specifies the locations of the existing water courses on the subject property, and a legal opinion or other satisfactory evidence that confirms the lots have merged on title. Committee, do we have any discussion on this resolution? It's for a deferral. I'm going to call a question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. That carries. We will be back at 2:45. Sorry, we're taking a break and be back at 2:45. Order, please. Committee. We still have a number of items to do. We have two planning items remaining. And then bylaw amendments. I don't think that they are very complex, so hopefully we will get through those quickly. Then we will have a report on the comprehensive zoning bylaw. Mr. Nick McDonald is coming, but he has a hard stop at 4:10. So if your comments and discussions on the next two planning applications could be as to the point and as quick as possible, that would be most appreciated, because we don't want to be able to have Nick McDonald report on his work on the comprehensive zoning bylaw. With that said, it is Mr. Mello on the ZBA 07/26 coffee.
Thank you, Chair Bosworth. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 0726 in the name of Coffee. Next slide, please. The subject lands are municipally known as 4768 Muskoka Road 169, unit number 4. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan on page 317 of the agenda package. Subject property is currently developed with a dwelling, a dock, and an accessory garage. The purpose and effect of the application is to construct a 2-story boathouse with an oversized upper story covered area. The proposed boathouse is to be taken from a property known municipally as 1 Island J24 and relocated to the subject lands. Next slide, please. The proposed exemption is summarized as shown on the screen. This table was included in the circulation materials and provided in the agenda package. Next slide, please. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 21 days in advance of this meeting, and 4 comments have been received to date. Comments from Legislative Services, Operational Services, and the Development Services Division indicate no objection. Comments from the District Municipality of Muskoka also state no objection. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration and recommend that the application be approved, subject to the recommended revisions to the draft bylaw and subject to the proposed development being made subject to site plan control. I have no further comments at this time. I'm happy to answer any questions from committee.
Sure, I'll keep it brief. Curtis Livingstone, 1165 Golden Beach Road, P1L1W8. I've been asked to speak on behalf of Paul and Stephanie Coffey. First, I want to say thank you to the planning staff. Ms. DeMello and her staff did an excellent job researching and preparing that report. Left very little for me to say. It's not too often you get an opportunity to salvage an old boathouse or relocate something that's still in good condition, especially in our area. And I have a very brief slideshow, just 6 slides. Show this was the condition of the property at the start of the project. There's an existing building there, approximately 90 feet in frontage. I believe the lot coverage was around 4 or 5% on the property. If you could, next slide, please. There, the existing cottage is gone. This is the new dock in preparation for the next slide. The boathouse to arrive. This boathouse was built under permit around 2012. The porch, the upper porch there that you see in the picture, and on the next slide, please, is slightly oversized at the time. I'm not sure if it was recognized by variance, but it was constructed under a permit. That building is slated for demolition in August. So my client has decided to creatively pick that boathouse up on a barge. And next slide, deliver it to the property, taking that course of action. So we're moving from Fawn Island down into Stills Bay and resting on that new dock that he's constructed there. The next slide, please, Maria. So that's what the site plan looks like, proposed site plan now. We've highlighted a couple of areas of the excess square footage and covered porch. We've removed the existing dwelling on the property and the existing boat port, changed the existing sleeping cabin to the principal use and dwelling on the property, which has reduced the lot coverage on the property to be around 3%. We've also reduced the shoreline coverage of buildings from 90 feet to 50 feet. And I think it's important to note that the parameters and size of that building would be permitted as of right if we were to apply for a building permit, with the exception of the porch area, which in an attempt to salvage the building, we're applying for the zoning bylaw amendment. Available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody wishing to speak for or against this application? Committee, do we have any questions? Councillor Kent.
I actually applaud the action. I'm the closest neighbor to Fawn Island. I don't have any problem with them doing this. I'm glad to see the boathouse being salvaged. I was just wondering about the mechanics of actually, didn't see enough in here about, like, this is a pretty, I mean, not a risky endeavor, but getting it out of there and across the lake and over to the Coffey's property is a big endeavor. Can you tell me how they intend to do that?
It's not the first boathouse to be relocated on our lakes. I think it's one of the biggest. For that reason, my client has contracted Elmegwin Building Movers, which are a very experienced building moving company. Some of you might be familiar with the move that Carl Herman did a few years ago, where he moved a two-story cottage almost 400 feet across his property with the china in the cabinet. The same company's been hired. The same company's been hired to pick up this boathouse. And it's very, very carefully managed with the barge equipment. They're more than capable of supporting the weight. It's a matter of getting the building onto the barge. They roll it on with pipe piles and hydraulic equipment, carefully float it over on a calm day, and then we reverse the process to unroll the boathouse onto the new dock.
I hope it doesn't land in the lake. That was my
They're insured.
It'll float.
Thank you.
Committee, do we have any other questions? Read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor Kent. Be it resolved that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 07/26 be approved subject to the following: that the draft bylaw be revised to contain a site-specific definition of covered area, specifying that the covered area on the upper story of the boathouse shall not contain more than one wall, and that a revision be made to the draft bylaw to restrict the proposed two-story boathouse to the size and extent proposed as shown on Schedule 2 to the draft bylaw, and that the proposed development be made subject to site plan control. Committee, do we have any discussion on this? Any debate? All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. And thank you for the levity, Mr. Livingston. Our next application is ZBA 18/26, and that is Miss Crowder.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1826 in the name of Vinogradov. The subject lands are known municipally as 1029 Wares Road. Next slide, please. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted rezoning sketch on page 341 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the submitted zoning application is to rezone the subject lands from waterfront residential, steep slopes and/or narrow water body WR5-7 to rural area 3 RU1. Next slide, please. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 28 days in advance of this meeting, and 3 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the township's chief building official, stating no objection to the application. Comments were received from Matt Veach, Transportation and Engineering Coordinator for the township, stating no objection from an operational services perspective. And comments were received from Sarah Campbell, Planner for the District of Muskoka, also stating no objection to the application. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff recommend that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1826 be approved, subject to a revision to the draft bylaw to include relief from section 613 of Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw 2014-14 to permit a minimum lot size of 4.9 acres for a lot zoned rural area 3 RU1. Staff have no further comments at this time and are happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody wishing to speak for or against this application online? None whatsoever. Committee, do we have any questions on this application? Councillor Kent.
One simple question for Ms. Crowder. I'm confused. Why would this lot, if it's actually waterfront residential, ever have been zoned WR 5-7?
Ms. Crowder.
Thank you, through you, Chair, to Councillor Kent. So this application, this property, was previously zoned rural in the townships. I'm just checking here if it was 87. Yeah. So we were able to verify that the lands were zoned WR5 per bylaw 8787. It is likely that the zone change occurred as part of the rezoning exercise for comprehensive zoning bylaw 2014-14. So the intent of the application is to recognize these lands as a rural property rather than the waterfront zone that's been applied here.
But it's not on the waterfront, is that right?
No,
Yeah,
through
can
you.
see it, but you can't.
So this property does not have frontage on the lake. It's there's a property in front of it, and then there's a yeah.
Committee, do we have any other questions? The resolution is moved by Mayor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Burry. Be it resolved that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 18/26 be approved, subject to a revision to the draft bylaw to include relief from section 6.1.3 of comprehensive zoning bylaw 2024-14 to permit a minimum lot size of 4.9 acres for a lot zoned rural area 3 bracket RU1. Any debate on this resolution? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you, that carries. All right, so that was well done, committee. Our next item is, we start with you? Nick. All right, Mr. McDonald.
Great. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. McDonald. Thank you for, I think you've probably been waiting, so thank you.
Well, I've been on and off waiting and corresponding with Jennifer to make sure I was available and here for this item. But you guys have had a long meeting, so quite extraordinary.
Well, you are going to tell us about, give us your report on the rural lands or rural and small towns, I think, what you found from the public and your recommendation on what we should be putting, asking the staff to draft. So let's make it very clear, folks, we're not making any decision here today other than say, yep, these are good things for our staff to start working on. And at the end of the session is a resolution that says that we won't be dealing with this topic anymore in this council. It will be left to the next council, the next term of council. So just in context, we've got a number of things that we have to approve, but we're not really here to debate them other than are they appropriate enough for staff to start working on. Mr. McDonald, go ahead.
Great. Thanks for that introduction. So I will be brief. There is a report on your agenda. It is the same report that was presented to the Zoning Bylaw Steering Committee, I believe, on April 20th. And then Ms. Huff has prepared her report that supports what we've done, along with recommendations with respect to process. So I'll certainly be speaking to my report, and then Ms. Huff will talk about her report and her recommendations with respect to next steps. So as mentioned, I will be brief. There were 6 items discussed with the steering committee at that meeting: changing zoning standards to support attainable housing, potential zoning standards for additional dwelling units, zoning within community areas, hunt camps and what we should do with them from a zoning perspective, parking in core commercial areas, and home-based businesses. So I'm briefly going to go through each of those and discuss what was discussed and where we ended up. And of course, if there are any questions about anything in the report, I'm happy to answer them at the end of my presentation. So the first item on the list deals with changing zone standards to support attainable housing. The official plan directs that a review of the bylaw be undertaken to see if there are any changes that should be made to stimulate additional housing development within the community. And so we went down, we started reviewing the bylaw with that in mind, and we identified a number of options for consideration, all of which were really designed to allow for more building on a property. More building in of itself doesn't mean more housing, but it does make it simpler in some ways to build more on a property, which may mean additional units could be developed if there was more of an ability to use more of the property for that purpose. We also looked at whether a number of standards should be reduced, and based on comments from the building and fire departments, there was some concern about some of those standards being changed, given the Muskoka Lakes context, the amount of snow received in the community, and concerns about fire access and so on. So some of the options we identified were not being recommended to be carried forward. So in the end, we did come up with a few ideas to change some of the zoning standards, and they're very technical. I don't really plan on going through them in any detail, but generally speaking, we're going to streamline and clarify how the permitted uses are laid out in the bylaw in terms of permissions, so that there is clarity in terms of the types of housing types that are permitted in the various zones. We will also be changing some of the zone standards to hang on, I just skipped a page here. Yes, so with respect to permitted uses, we're going to be changing the permitted use permissions to make that very clear. We are going to be recommending that the maximum height permitted be increased slightly in a few of the urban zones. We are also recommending that the minimum dwelling unit size requirements also be eliminated such that there then is reliance on the building code in terms of what can happen on a property. And then lastly, we're suggesting that there be a slight reduction in the apartment dwelling standard, a parking standard from 1.75 per unit plus 1 visitor space per 2, such that it's reduced to 1 space per unit and 0.25 visitor spaces per unit as well. And of course, by reducing parking standards, that means more building is available, or more of the lot area is available for building going forward. So those are our basic recommendations with respect to that item. The next item we talked about were potential zoning standards for additional dwelling units. As this committee knows, the province has been very directory in terms of requiring all municipalities to permit secondary suites or basement apartments or additional dwelling units on properties on lands that have full municipal services. So that's an as of right permission across Ontario. The township's zoning bylaw already permits 1 secondary dwelling unit per property, basically across the township, except in waterfront areas, and has a few standards around that, one of which is the minimum size or maximum size, which is around 1,100 square feet. So what we did is we looked at a number of ideas in terms of what the new standards should be going forward for these types of dwellings, both in urban areas and rural areas, of course, excluding the waterfront area where the use would not be permitted. So the standards we recommend are as follows. The maximum floor area should always be less than the total floor area of the primary dwelling on a property. That's a key component of what a secondary dwelling is supposed to be. You're supposed to be secondary. So that would be a provision in the bylaw. The maximum percentage of the rear yard that can be used for a dwelling like this would be 50% to ensure that the other 50% is used for landscaped open space. We think that the maximum floor area already in your bylaw for an accessory dwelling unit of 111 square meters or 1,195 square feet should remain. We also are suggesting that the maximum height of an accessory building with an ADU should be 25 feet, and there should be some maximum between how far you can build an ADU in terms of its relation to the main building, and that maximum is suggested at this point at being 50 meters. The next topic we talked about was zoning within community areas. And as this committee knows, the community areas within the official plan were looked at in some detail through the official plan review process, and the lands within each of the community areas were designated in accordance with what the existing zoning was in those areas. But in one case, we did look very specifically at how these community areas could evolve over time from a commercial perspective. And as a consequence, we designated community core lands in these community areas that are not currently zoned commercial. So the basic discussion item was, well, with this permission in the official plan, should we automatically zone all of these properties? There's about 25 of these properties in these community areas. Should we automatically pre-zone these areas for commercial uses? And we had a discussion on it. My recommendation was that we should not do that. Certainly the character of these community areas is important. Also, we recognize that additional economic development is also important. But the thinking was, and my thinking was, that it makes more sense for individuals who want to rezone in accordance with the official plan to actually make an application, ask for the types of uses they're looking for, and then there would be a dedicated public process with notice given to neighbors, and a discussion would ensue on what could happen on those properties. So that's where we ended up, and the steering committee also agreed with that recommendation. The next item deals with I'm just scrolling through my report. And hunt camp permissions, yes. So the hunt camp discussion was all about how to ensure that there is some compatibility between uses in the rural area and uses in waterfront areas, and in particular where there is OS2 zoning in behind waterfront zone properties around the lakes. If you have OS1 or OS2 zoning, OS1 is public crown land, OS2 is private open space land. Most of the OS2 lands, but not all, in the township are not accessible by private road, but the OS2 zoning has been applied for a whole variety of reasons behind existing properties in waterfront areas. And within both the OS1 and OS2 zones is a permission for hunt camps. There is not a permission on those properties for dwellings, primarily because they have no road access. And a concern has been expressed about whether that use should be an as-of-right permitted use in the OS2 zone when it abuts a waterfront zone. So clearly, there is the potential for incompatibility. And to be clear, we're not talking about prohibiting or permitting hunting. That's completely a separate issue. There are rules and regulations at all levels of government regarding hunting. We're simply dealing with the hunt camp permission and whether it's appropriate to continue permitting that within the OS2 zone. So after I looked at it and considered it, I do agree that there is the potential for incompatibility between a hunt camp use and waterfront residential property. So it was my recommendation that there be a new restriction included within the bylaw that prohibits hunt camps within 600 meters of the shoreline. The number is one I came up with when I looked at the mapping of most of the lakes in the township and where the OS2 zoning was, and that seems to cover off most of those circumstances. When we do actually get to writing the bylaw, we will do a deeper dive and make sure that number still makes sense, but it makes sense at this point in time, and there was support on the part of the committee for that as well. The next item is home-based businesses. This one's kind of technical, but the idea here was to see if there should be any changes made to the home-based businesses provisions in the zoning bylaw, and whether there should be any opening up of the permissions for home-based businesses in waterfront areas. And given the concerns generally about development in waterfront areas, the potential for overdevelopment, and all of the conversations we've had about limiting accessory buildings, their size, location, and so on, it was my recommendation that we not open up the waterfront area for additional home-based business permissions. And in addition, that we not increase the maximum permitted size of a home-based business in waterfront areas as well. And that recommendation was supported by the committee. There are a number of very minor changes being suggested to the home-based business provisions to make them as clear as possible and implementable. And I'm happy to answer any questions about them, but that was basically the essence of the discussion on that point. The last item dealt with parking in commercial core areas. And essentially we were looking, or I was looking to see if there was anything we can do to provide more of an opportunity for commercial businesses in the commercial core areas to utilize their properties. However, the reality, particularly in Port Carling and to a lesser extent in Bala, is that there is a significant parking shortage in the summer months. So we have to be very careful about changing parking standards where that doesn't make any sense. So we looked at a couple of ideas, and one was whether we should be making it easier for a use to change from one use to another without generating an additional parking requirement. And in that particular case, there was some support for that, except if you were going, for example, a retail store to a restaurant. Restaurants obviously have a higher parking requirement than would a retail store. So in that particular case, no, the idea doesn't make sense. And then in terms of additions, I'm just scrolling through here. So, I mean, because additions don't really generate additional parking, they're really changing the functionality of the actual use. The idea there was that if someone came in with an addition, we wouldn't require any additional parking. However, if someone with a restaurant came in with an addition, then we would, and that's where the distinction was made. The last item in my report dealt with proposed map changes, and I'm happy to take any questions about this. I know this is being discussed previously, but because of the way the official plan has been updated in terms of establishing a new minimum lot area and size in the rural area, it does mean that a number of the rural zones have to be modified to reflect the changes in the official plan, but the boundaries of those zones also have to change. There weren't any recommendations with respect to that item. It was more of an information item, but there will be much discussion on this, I'm sure, in the future when any of the proposed mapping that will be undertaken in the future as well is presented to this committee, of course, the steering committee, this committee, and the public. So there'll be lots of time for that going forward. And I understand that Chair Bridgman of the steering committee also prepared a summary report of the discussions, and that's also on the agenda. And I understand that she's there. And if I recall from reading it, there was general support for my recommendations in her summary. So of course, she's able to answer any questions along with me on the contents of my report. That's it, Mr. Chair, in terms of my presentation. Happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you very much. I'm sure there'll be some questions. Director Huff, I think you wanted to have a word at this point in the agenda.
Thank you, Chair. So I just wanted to provide a really quick summary of the staff report that was presented on the agenda. So as mentioned by our consultant, Nick McDonald, there's a number of appendices on this agenda item. So the first is obviously the report prepared by Nick McDonald from Meridian Consulting, which includes all of his recommendations, but it also includes the What We Heard report by Donna Hind of the Planning Partnership that summarizes the consultation program for this part of the zoning update. And then finally, we do have a summary of the zoning committee completed by the chair, Barb Bridgman, and that also reviews all of the consultant's recommendations and the position of the committee on each of those recommendations. So in turn, very similar to what you've seen when we considered the waterfront issues in the zoning bylaw, this report reviews the recommendations of the consultant. It then goes into the recommendations of the committee, and then it provides the recommendations of staff. I will say in this case, we were in complete alignment on almost all of the recommendations. I will note that there was some very minor suggestions or additions that staff made in 2 areas, which I just want to highlight for committee. And the first is with respect to hunt camps. So the recommendation from Nick McDonald was simply that we have the 600-meter distance from any lake, and staff have just recommended revising the term lake with navigable waterway, which is the term that we use in the zoning bylaw. So that's a very minor technical amendment. And then with respect to home-based businesses, we've made 3 additional requests for additional provisions in the home-based business section. And that's really intended to ensure that the home-based businesses don't have a nuisance impact on the surrounding lands. So we've recommended that off-street parking shall be provided in accordance with the zoning bylaw unless the home-based business employees are residents of the dwelling and the business doesn't include any customers attending the dwelling to procure a service or product. We've also recommended that the home-based business not include the shipping or receiving of goods or materials by commercial motor vehicle, and that no yard, shoreline, dock, or boathouse be used for home-based businesses. So those are 3 additional provisions that at this point we're recommending be added to that particular list of issues. So with that, similar to what we did with waterfront, we have resolutions for each of those 6 issues. We think it's important to get committee's direction on those issues. But again, as highlighted by the chair and by the consultant, these are only directions that staff will use to develop the first draft. It doesn't mean that you're endorsing or improving these provisions. And these provisions, as we get into the nitty-gritty of drafting the zoning bylaw, they can be further tweaked along the way as we determine is required. And then finally, I just want to note that the last resolution that will be before committee is making a recommendation on the next steps for this project. So where we are now is the completion of phase 3 of the zoning bylaw. That's the main consultation component of the project. Doesn't mean that there's not going to be many additional points of consultation in the future, but this is the main meat and potatoes of the core waterfront, non-waterfront issues. However, because we're so close to an election, we have considered whether or not we have time to produce a draft zoning amendment before the election or not. And so we've made the recommendation to pause the balance of the program until after the 2027 election. We did present these options to zoning committee. Zoning committee did make it clear that their preference was to proceed. However, when staff reviewed the timelines that would be required and the steps that would be required in order to bring an amendment forward, it would require a public meeting in September and ultimately a decision in October. And if there was any public consultation comments that necessitated a further amendment to that draft bylaw, it wouldn't allow much time for us to make those, well, it wouldn't allow enough time to make those thoughtful considerations and amendments to the zoning bylaw. So unfortunately, where we're at is making a recommendation to pause the program. Again, when we have the 2027 election, we would jump right back into the program. We would have to bring back a report to confirm the direction of where we're at, consider any modifications to the work plan that might be required in light of the OP appeals, and as well reconfirm budget. So there might be an opportunity to expand the budget, or we might be on par with the budget. So at this point, I think I'll turn it over for questions at this point of committee. Thank you.
Committee, I'll just add that I think that schedule refers to both this report and the one that was done for the waterfront as well. So, so what would have to get done by September would be both waterfront and rural and small towns. So that is a big piece of work, and I think that's if you think about that, it's just not possible. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Through you. To Ms. Huff, I suppose. When did this start? Just for a refresher for me. When did we as a group start on this path? Just wondering.
Director Huff, do you recall? Does anybody recall?
No, it was 2023 at least.
I was going to say it at the latest 2023. Yeah. Yeah. CEO Pink.
Thank you. You may recall, I believe it was right at the onset of this term, there was extensive reports and background on whether to proceed with a community planning permit system or an update to the zoning bylaw. I think that took approximately 6 to 12 months to land on that decision. And then we got into zoning bylaw review, and as we've heard, official plan appeals and a number of other factors have caused us to reach the point where we are. But I believe it was right at the onset of this term. Mr. Sharp, I think, initiated that very early 2023, if I'm not mistaken.
Committee, any other questions? Committee, Nick, you have Mr. McDonald, I think you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just was looking through my files, and the staff report recommending that we be retained was dated May 15th, 2024.
Okay. All right, thank you. Committee, we have the chair of the steering committee here. Ms. Bridgman has her report is part of the staff report that we hear, so presumably you've all read that. But if you'd like, we could ask Ms. Bridgman just to summarize what we did in the committee and how it's essentially the same or slightly different or than what Mr. McDonald is. Would everybody be interested in that? Ms. Bridgman.
That on? That's on. So thank you, Chair Bosenworth. Thank you, committee. I am not going to rehash everything because to Mr. McDonald's point and Director Huff's, we were in agreement with almost all of it. So there was very little discussion as opposed to the waterfront where there was lots of discussion. So I'm just going to highlight 3 things that we did talk about. One of them is the additional dwelling units. And it wasn't that there was disagreement at all with what Mr. McDonald was suggesting, but that it's really geared more to the urban areas. So the question was, what if you buy 1,000 acres? Do these, you're only 50 feet from so-and-so, or you're only 100 feet from so-and-so, does that apply? Or that shouldn't apply because you have so much space? So we talked about that a little bit. I think the committee generally said that's what variances are for. Is you can apply, and certainly when you have a property this big, you're going to look at that. But it is a risk for somebody spending that kind of money. So I did say I would bring that forward for you to think about. The second one was hunt camps. And the problem is the people who live in them, and they turn them into dwellings. So I think you covered it, Mr. McDonald, because I was going to say that what we wanted was no abutment to waterfront properties. But I believe that's what you meant when you said you did a bit of a dive in to look, and you'll go into a deeper dive to make sure that there aren't any that abut a waterfront property. At least I would ask that you would do that. That was what our committee wanted.
And the third one, which was the only difference, which Director Huff has already spoken to, was we felt quite strongly about option A, which was to take all the work that's been done over this time and get it in place so that we can move forward with these new bylaws. So, and I know that's your decision, but I do want to let you know that that's what our committee felt. So thank you. If there's any questions, I'm here.
Thank you for your thoroughness and your brevity. Committee, any Councillor Kent?
Thank you. Thank you for your work.
Okay.
I had a question on the hunt camps, because my recollection was the issue we were dealing with when several of these applications came forward was the fact that there were people who walked around on walking paths and on streets around the hunt camp area, and there were going to be gunshots going. And I don't understand how what you've come up with deals with that at all. It may not. I just was wondering.
Well, I don't believe you can, Councillor Kent, because the laws allow the hunting to go on. What I'm dealing with is, and I certainly ran into it and other people have, these are constructed and they're supposed to be only used for 14 days out of 60. There's supposed to be hunt camps for hunting season, and they're erected, these beautiful properties, 2 and 3 bedrooms, and they're moved into as residences. And that's the other part of that. So this is the part that can be dealt with here. I could be corrected on the hunting part, but I'm pretty sure we don't have any jurisdiction on where you can hunt and not hunt. So.
Committee, any other
Safety
questions?
issues is really what I was focused on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Committee, we do have 7 resolutions to get through. If you have any more questions of either Ms. Huff or Ms. Bridgman, if not, I think what I might do is read the resolution so that you know the details of it and we can have questions and discuss at the same time. Because hopefully we won't be making a lot of changes to what's being proposed. Is the committee all right if I change that? Am I allowed to do that, Chair?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So the first one dealt with ADUs, additional dwelling units. Moved by Councillor Kent, seconded by Councillor McIntyre. Be it resolved that committee directs that the first draft of zoning bylaw amendment contain the following provisions. Single detached dwellings be listed as a specified permitted use in the R1 zone. Semi-detached and duplex dwellings be permitted in the R1 zone. The townhouse dwelling, that was in quotes, term, be renamed as block housing dwelling, and row house dwellings be permitted in RM1 zone. The permitted height be increased from 10.7 meters to 12 meters in the R1 and RM1 zones. The permitted height be increased from 10.7 meters to 13 meters in the RM2 zone. The minimum dwelling size requirements of 65 square meters, which is 700 square feet for townhouses in section 5.1.4.3 be deleted. The minimum dwelling size, unit size requirements for bachelor, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and 3 bedroom units in a multiple dwelling, apartment dwelling, or converted dwelling in section 5.1.5 be deleted and would be in accordance with the minimum size requirements of the Ontario Building Code. And the apartment dwelling parking rate from 1.75 per unit plus 1 visitor space per 2 units be reduced to 1 space per unit and 0.25 visitor space per units. So committee, once again, this is what staff will be and include these points in the draft bylaw that will come forward to next term of council. So do we have any questions or debate on that? Councillor Edwards.
The last one, and that parking. Since we're in an area, we don't have public transit, and you have 2 and 3 bedroom units, where are they going to park their cars?
Director Huff or Director Huff or Mr. McDonald?
Well, I can start in and then Mr. McDonald can perhaps flesh out the further details. I think especially for apartments, I think What typically happens in this case is people are looking for housing and they understand their needs for vehicles, how many parking spaces they need. And in this case, it can be included in development agreements that information be provided to tenants about the amount of parking that's available. So prospective tenants are made aware early of whether or not there's enough parking for them, and then they move to other locations. I would say that this is a minimum, and it doesn't necessarily mean that all developers are going to develop with the minimum amount of parking. They're going to develop based on the type of units and the marketing of those units that they're proposing. And so I think knowing the area, they might not always choose the minimum, but this will appeal to some couples or some families or singles that don't require more than 2 spaces. It's, I think, an intention to provide options for people that don't require the same amount of parking as others. And I'll turn it over to Nick if there's any additional information.
Mr. McDonald, any other comments on that question?
No, I think that's very well done. And again, it is designed to provide additional opportunities for folks who want to develop that type of use in the municipality. Parking standards for apartments have been coming down across the board. And I know we're not Toronto, but Toronto actually eliminated minimum parking requirements for most uses across the entire city, which is quite interesting and fascinating at the same time. But parking has been identified as an impediment to getting affordable housing built. So doing this would certainly support the objective of getting that, or moving that forward, or at least making it more attractive to move forward with that type of housing.
Follow up.
Councillor Evers?
When you have a visitor, how do they park their 0.25 car? And that, like, as you said, Toronto is taken away. They have public transit. And even here, there's not too many people who ride a bike from here to Bracebridge or here to Huntsville. And so it's just, you know, it is, I can see why we're doing it, but we're going to have a parking problem. We do have in the summer right now with the visitors in the commercial areas. What are we going to do with the other? That's all.
Ms. Crowder?
Thank you, Chair, for indulging me. I would just, I think those are very valid points by Councillor Edwards. I would just say that we have had several applications come somewhat recently for apartment dwellings, and they almost always need to apply for relief from the parking provisions. And that relief generally has been approved here in the township. So we are somewhat consistently approving deficient parking, and this might be a step that would allow somebody who is proposing to develop significant number of housing units to not have to go through that additional step of gaining that zoning relief from parking provisions. So it is something tangible that we can do to try to remove some barriers to housing, but we do acknowledge that there is a parking problem in some of our hubs here. But the province has directed that parking is something that we can look at to try to remove some of those barriers to affordable housing.
Committee, I caution us, we don't want to be debating these things. There's lots of time for debate on this. These are proposals. This one that's actually in line with sort of provincial direction. But if we have adamant feelings that something is completely wrong that this council or committee would never accept, then perhaps we should be discussing those. But there's been a lot of work put into these. So I just caution us on that. Councillor Nishikawa.
I don't know why we're here today if we're not supposed to speak on items, but the issue for the parking is real. And we talked about this since I've been on council since 2000, that we keep ignoring the fact that we just allow other things to happen because they'll find parking somewhere. And I was brought to the attention of a situation that's currently happening in Bala, where a new business is going to be developed, and that type of business probably is going to take up way more parking, and somebody else is parking, quite frankly, another business. And now that other business owner is saying, how do I protect myself to keep my parking available for my clients? So I don't want to sort of I didn't appreciate that we're not allowed to talk on this item. I do believe that we should address the parking situation in the township of Muskoka Lakes better than we are.
Through the chair, so appreciate the parking comments. Just to reiterate, so if we receive direction from committee to include these, what will happen is that staff will simply include these items in the first draft of the zoning bylaw that would come back to planning committee at a future date for feedback before it even goes to public consultation. And so this is, at this point, just simply getting direction on how to build a draft zoning bylaw that you will provide us with specific direction on in the future of how to further amend it. So it doesn't mean if you say yes to any of these resolutions today, it doesn't cement that this is in fact what will even go out to the public for consultation, because you'll be seeing it again as a first draft from the planning committee.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you. And just to add on to that, absolutely, you're not locking yourself in. I did hear 2 members of council who potentially maybe aren't happy with where the number's at right now. So an alternative is you could put forward a resolution. We would just need to know. So right now it's from 1.75 for the 1 space plus 1 for a visitor. And then it's changing to 1 space and 0.25. So if there was appetite to change it, then you would just need to put forward an amendment and that would be included, but I would just need to know what to put in that amendment.
Councilor Nishikawa.
Through the chair to the clerk, can this amendment be brought forward to the next council meeting? Or when we're going to be, will this is getting a vote of some sort today, from my understanding. And would that not show up in our minutes that we're going to be approving at council? And at that time, we generally would accept amendments. Is that the location to do it?
Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Through you. You're correct. This resolution will come through as the action items on planning committee to the June council meeting. So you could absolutely pull it and amend it there. And then as you're hearing from the director as well, this isn't final. This is just general direction. So you'll have opportunity in the future to pull it as well. So you do have 2 options available to you to pull it and discuss it at a later time.
Committee, any other further discussion or questions on this item? I have read the resolution. I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. All right, so the next one. Moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be resolved that committee directs that the first draft of the zoning bylaw amendment contain the following provisions. That the maximum floor area of 1 ADU, whether in the primary building or in an accessory building, should be less than the total floor area of the primary dwelling unit. The maximum floor area of each of 2 ADUs in the primary building should be less than the floor area of the primary dwelling unit. The maximum percentage of the rear yard in urban areas that can be used for an ADU should be 50%. The maximum floor area of an ADU should remain at 111 square meters, 1,195 square feet, as it is now, provided the floor area does not exceed the floor area of the primary unit or 50% of the rear yard in the urban areas as per the above. The maximum height of an accessory building with an ADU anywhere in the township be 7.6 meters, 25 feet, and a detached ADU be located no further than 50 meters from the primary dwelling in rural areas. Committee, any questions of Mr. McDonald or Ms. Huff on this one? All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Let me just pause to do some signing. The next one is be it resolved, moved by Mayor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved, the committee directs that any lands located within community areas that are currently not zoned for commercial uses, but located within the boundary of the community core sub-designation shall be required to undertake a site-specific zone change application in order to permit any of the commercial zone permitted uses within 2023 official plan. Any questions on that? I call the questions then. All those in favor? Thank you. It's carried. Next one, moved by Councillor Burry, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that committee directs that the first draft of the zoning bylaw amendment include a new provision that requires hunt camps to be located 600 meters from any navigable waterway. Seeing no questions or comments, all those in favor? Thank you. Next one was moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Mazza. Councillor Kent. Be resolved that committee directs that the first draft of the zoning bylaw amendment contains the following amendments. Permits home-based businesses in any dwelling unit type. Remove 3.13G, which states that home-based business does not interfere with radio or television reception. Improve the language in 3.13A and C and G to clarify the sections that to clarify that these sections apply to home-based businesses in accessory structures located within the waterfront and community zones, and limit the size of accessory structures on properties less than 1 acre in the rural zone to 500 square feet. Off-street parking shall be provided in accordance with 3.28 unless the HBB employees, home-based business employees, are residents of the dwelling and the business does not include customers attending the dwelling to procure or secure services. A home-based business shall not include shipping or receiving of goods or materials by commercial motor vehicle greater than 11,790 kilograms, Class 8 commercial vehicle, and no yards, shoreline, dock, or boathouse may be used for a home-based business in community or waterfront zones. So do we have any questions on this resolution with respect to home-based businesses? Councillor Zavitz.
Is that taking into account the heavy equipment? Is that why the high weight category? And is that because people park a bulldozer in their front lawn?
Director Huff.
Thank you through the chair. No, it was more about, if people are having regular shipments provided to them, showing up with a 18-wheeler of product or something that they're selling from their house. That's what we're trying to limit.
Director Huff, how big is a 11,790 kilogram Class 8 vehicle? Do you know?
It certainly allows for like the Amazon type vehicles that show up. That wouldn't be included. We're talking extremely heavy 18-wheeler type vehicles.
All right. Committee, any further questions? Councillor Edwards.
I just wonder about removing 3-13, which states a home-based business does not interfere with radio and television reception. And that
I was curious, but never had the nerve to ask. Director Huff.
So our existing provisions have a clause that says that a home-based business can interfere with TV or an antenna. Sorry, I don't have it right in front of me. However, I think that reflects the fact that this is a very old provision in our zoning bylaw back in the day when that was something that could happen. That's not going to happen these days. So it really is considered just redundant, not needed in 2026.
Committee, any more further questions? All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. That's carried. Councilor Berry.
Why would we include redundant language in something new? And it doesn't have to be answered today, but I think, just because it's always been done that way probably isn't a good enough reason these days. And I'm just thinking that perpetuating that kind of, in this case, television, which is all comes in by wire or satellite. I'm wondering why we're perpetuating bad language. Like, can we not start to move forward and do things with, I don't know. I mean, it's probably the Planning Act. I get it, but
Director Huff.
The recommendation is to remove that language.
I missed
Thank you. The reason for the pause. Next one is moved by Councillor McIntyre, seconded by Councillor Roberts. Be it resolved that committee directs that the first draft of the zoning bylaw amendment include a new provision exempting building additions for all commercial uses except restaurants from providing additional parking, and that parking requirements that are generated as a result of use change remain. Everybody understand that? Any questions? Any comments? All those in favor? Thank you. That's carried. Final one is moved by Councillor Burry, seconded by Mayor Kelly. Be it resolved that committee direct the staff proceed with option C of staff report DSES-2026-020 in regards to the zoning bylaw update project. So this was staff's recommendations that we continue the work on this at next term. Any questions or comments on that? All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Okay. What time is it? We don't need a break, right? 2:30 to 4, not quite there yet. Let's keep going. All right, our next one. All right, here we go. The next one is some unfinished business. And it is report plan 2026-070 B 18 19 20/24 ML 2159670 Ontario Limited and Mr. Goldhar. Emily.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. The last applications of the day are consent application B 18 19 2024 ML amended and zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 2624 amended in the name of 2159670 Ontario Limited and Goldhar. Next slide, please. On November 13th, 2024, Council approved these consent applications and the zoning bylaw amendment application for the creation of one new waterfront residential lot and the granting of rights of way. Next slide, please. On March 30th, 2026, the applicant submitted a revised consent sketch with a different lot configuration than reviewed by Planning Committee and approved by Council. Staff are seeking Committee's approval of the revised consent sketch before finalizing the consent. Next slide, please. To fulfill conditions of consent, a draft survey was prepared by a qualified Ontario land surveyor. This survey revealed that an easement exists over proposed resultant Lot C, and that a portion of the OSRA abutting Lot C is not owned by the applicant. The survey depicts resultant lot frontages that are all greater than what was indicated in the approval, and greater lot areas for resultant lots A and B. However, due to the identification of the easement and the unowned OSRA, resultant lot C is proposed to be approximately 49,000 or 1.13 acres smaller than what was approved. While the Committee of Adjustment Coordinator and Secretary Treasurer has some discretion between approved plans through committee or council and draft R plans, it was deemed that because the change results in a decrease in an improved lot area, that the change is not insignificant and that further committee approval is required. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration, and we recommend that the revised consent sketch for provisionally approved consent applications be approved. Staff have no further comments at this time and are happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
You know what? You've been here all day. I'm not going to let you speak. All right. The applicant's agent is here and we welcome him. Please come up to the podium and give us your. And just because you waited, because you waited so long, I'm going to give you 10 minutes.
I was saying earlier, whenever somebody wants to jump to a resolution, then let's go right there. So, Munis, you got the presentation? That's fine. The only thing I wanted to,
start naming.
Sorry, Jamie Robinson. I'm a planner and partner with MHBC Planning in Barrie, and I represent the applicant. This is the last slide of the presentation. I just went straight to it, and it really illustrates what's being requested today. So, effectively, there was a consent application that was approved, and when the survey was done or the reference plan was prepared, as we all know, when applications are submitted, there's a sketch prepared, and it's not always entirely accurate. Well, that was the case here. So when the reference plan was prepared, it identified a few nuances and some slight adjustments in lot areas and lot frontages. So we had to come back to you folks to ask for to basically redo the application in that regard. So the page just illustrates the sliver of land in red that's basically being given to lot B. And then the green is an area of shore road allowance that had been included in lot area, but it's actually not purchased yet. So it's been removed, but the effect of the application is the same as what was previously approved. So that's all I've got to say.
Thank you very much. Committee, do we have any questions? I have one, Ms. Crowder. Does this change any development rights?
Through you, Chair. No, it just would slightly alter lot coverage amounts, but it really would have no significant impact.
Anybody else have a question? Moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor Roberts. Be it resolved that the revised consent sketch for provisionally approved consent application B/18/19/20/24 ML be approved. Any debate? All those in favor? Thank you very much. That carries.
I got a lot of work done.
All right, before we pull up the last resolution, CAO Pink has some very lengthy report he'd like to give us. Just very brief report.
Very briefly, appreciate the time today. I just wanted to let committee know that last Thursday evening, the Township of Muskoka Lakes and our neighboring area municipalities and Tatham Engineering were awarded the 2026 Municipal Impact Award from the Association of Consulting Engineers and Companies at their annual project awards for our regional climate change mitigation plan. Council know that the Bracebridge CEO went on our behalf to collect the awards. So thank you, staff.
Hey, committee. The one we've been waiting for now. Oh, there's one more. Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, I'm very sorry.
Well, one more even before that, if I could.
One more before that.
Sorry, just on the
Yes.
OLT status update, I can update just very recently, we were, the case management conference on our official plan was held. The aggregate portion that's still under appeal, 13 days have been set aside starting on February 1st, 2027. So we'll finally, that hearing will be
13 days.
finally set. You've been following along that saga.
So everything else.
All right, committee, sorry. Fine. Do you have any questions, Councillor Kent? All right. CEO Pink, I think you have one or more pretty important item.
I just wanted to say I'm sad to announce that today will be Jennifer Huff's last planning committee meeting, Director Huff, and just wanted to thank her for her time here. But very professional, very well liked amongst the team, and really handled a lot of contentious and complex projects for the municipality in her short time. I'm really impressed with how quickly she caught on to those and really led them very professionally and admirably. I'm sad to see you go, but thank you for your service to the community.
Director Huff.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you for those kind words. I will say thank you to all of you, council, committee. It really, truly has been a pleasure working for you. Around this horseshoe, there's so much respect, both for each other, but also for staff, and that's truly appreciated. And my goodness, there has been some really interesting things going on here. So I have some great memories. And to the team, I just want to say thank you so much. You have a fantastic planning team. I can't speak highly enough about them. Just tremendous amount of potential and a future here for each and every one of them. So thank you for all of your support.
All right, here we go. Moved by Mayor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Roberts, be resolved that planning committee meeting adjourn at 3:57 and that the next regular planning committee meeting will be held on Thursday, June 11th, 2026 at 9 a.m. via an electronically and in-person hybrid format from the council chambers, municipal offices in beautiful downtown Port Carling, Ontario. All those in favor? That passes.